Your question about the Anunnaki, I think I'm going to take a lot of time today to really cover this Anunnaki question, because everyone seems to be on this Anunnaki stuff right now. So what I'm going to do is really go into detail about the Anunnaki. The funny thing is that going back to the master teacher when he first came to teach us, he wanted to give us Wuwa, which we know as Wu Sabat today. And back then, in 1970, everybody wanted religion, right? So he had to put away the Wu Sabat and then teach us religion. And as we learned more about religion, we got to a point where we wanted to really know who this God is, or Allah, or these deities that we kept asking about. So he took us into the Sumerian school, and we learned about the Anunnaki and all of that, and then we moved on from that. And now we're in the second half hour. So the first half hour was from 1970 to the year 2000. And now everyone's asking about Anunnaki. So now he's there to give us Wu Sabat. It's almost like we're doing the same thing, and we only have between now and 2030. I want to cover this Anunnaki, put it to sleep, so that we can move on to what we call the hereafter doctrine. Because even with when we wanted religion, that was Abrahamic, the monotheistic religion. And ironically now, everyone's on the Anunnaki stuff, which Abraham and his father were the people that the Anunnaki chose. So yeah, we want to really go into this. We don't want to be stuck in these religions, because that's what's happening now with this Anunnaki stuff. So I want to cover the Anunnaki, part Anunnaki, and then we can move on to the hereafter doctrine. Now the hereafter doctrine is the master secrets, yeah, the actual facts, and part Taruk, with the many different part Taraks that the master teacher has actually given us. And when we say the master teacher, I'm of course talking about Dr. Malachi Z. or Parnabab Yanun. No one covers any subject in as much detail that he does. Let me show you something. And only this is just to, if you look at the cover of this book here, this book came out, gosh, late 80s, probably 90s, right? And if you look at it carefully, we'll probably post a picture, but it is already telling us on there, right? This is called Humans Were Created From, and this is scroll 17, study book 18, Supreme Mathematics, class R, for the students of the Holy Tabernacle at the time. The reason I'm saying that is if you look closely on this book, you see he was already telling us about the Homo habilis there, going on to the Homo erectus, to the Homo sapiens, to Neanderthal, to the Homo sapiens dealing with modern man. So this book was already covering what a lot of anthropologists are now talking about in terms of the root races. And just like the Yaqub story, he's covered the Anunnaki, part Anunnaki. This is where we're going to come from today, and some information from the Holy Tablets. And he goes into great detail. Remember, he is Tahuti, the scribe that is known by many names, you know, Thoth. If you haven't seen that video yet, go and watch a video that we already did on Tahuti, Thoth, Hermes as he's known, Trismegistus, which is, you see the tri, Megistus, that's three when you look at the word tri, because he's a triad being, or tri-union being. Right, so let's get into this Anunnaki story. What I would say for the die-hard Anunnaki people, some parts of this is like when you're reading the book of Numbers in the Bible, because it's a lot of information, a lot of detail. So I want you guys to stick with it to the end. And right, let's get into it. So this scroll is called The Master Secrets, Part Anunnaki, and the Biblical and Quranic Race, series number 50. So let's get into it. All right, so 1, it says, La'ankum ayinwa karabi, for you all my Nawakim children. In every culture in this world of theirs, there's a creation seems to begin with what is formed or shaped. So every creation story starts with what is formed or shaped. Yet, in fact, the word they use is creation or create, which simply means to grow. So let's look at it. So you've got, let's say this is outside the planet, outside the Earth, all right? So things coming in. And then this is the planet. And obviously we also have, let's say, the waters, right? Water, earth, sky, and beyond, all right? Okay, right, bear in mind because, let's say this is the earth. Okay, so this is, we're going to fill in the gaps as we go along. Okay, so when you say the beginning of creation, people, when you look at and break down that word, it means to grow. So all begins with that principle. So in each and every culture, there is what they call an incarnation or a manifestation from being. The original being would have to contain all that was manifested as male or female and neutral. So on the planet we have female, and then we have male. As you can see, male is contained within the female, and then we have neutral, right? So like we say neutral gender, meaning that how people come to be on this planet from wherever they come from means that they're coming from somewhere and they become a female, a male, or neutral, which can be both, as in hermaphrodite and hermaphrodites, right? Let's carry on. So the original being would have to contain all that was manifested as male, female, and neutral. This also pertains to those things on a molecular scale. You have the first element on the periodic chart. The element hydrogen is the first, then you have helium second, and so on. So what we're basically saying is that if we went that way, and we come here and then we go this way, yeah, let's say things beyond this line, remember this is going up here, that will be going up. So E1, E2, E3, E4, E5, E6, E7, E8, and E9. And then going this way, we're going to have H1, etc. going that way, right? Okay, cool. So when we're saying it will also pertain to things on the molecular scale, you have the first element on the periodical chart. The element of hydrogen is first, right? So this is here. Hydrogen is first. And then you have helium. Yeah, so going this way, helium will be second. Right, so helium second, and then all the way to the 99th element. And now, because they add more elements as they discovered, so we've even got the 114th now, etc. All right. So, as it says, the 99th, or now even the 114th element that they know and must discover, the 120th element, and so forth. Accordingly, you will find in every culture, such as the Egyptian, Samanu, or the Ogdoads, right? These will be those 8 beings. These are sea creature, which is where the seaman came from, and in the Kienki, or the Shuma, or the Sumerian cult, you have the Igigi, right? You have, in different cultures, you've got the Egyptian, and you've got the Sumerian, and this is where it's saying Igigi. We're gonna break all this down. The Igigi, right?
Put yourself in his shoes. After a primary care visit, you learn you have Crohn's disease. Someone proposed repeated colonoscopies. Your expert Houston Methodist team uses a less invasive, more efficient diagnostic technique to see you better, heal you faster, and keep you living symptom-free. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. For you, Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
When the sun comes out, so should your skin. European Wax Center. Smooth, done right.
Your car carries more than passengers. It carries your life. At First Service Credit Union, we offer personalized auto loan options to...
Okay, so it goes on to say that the Sumerians have the Igigi or Ikiki. That's another thing we must emphasize, because today we're talking about the Anunnaki, right? So when we spell Anunnaki, the Anu, you can spell it like Anu, Na, Ki, because remember, phonetics, that Ki can be pronounced as Gi or Ki as in Ki. So you will see some people will spell Anunnaki like with a Ki at the end instead of the Qi or with a Gi, because phonetically you say Gi, Ki, or Ki. All right, then these Igigi were the ones that were looked over from the craft. Some crafts visited, and some 200 of the 300 were cast down here to stay. And in the Bible, this is called the Nephilim. This Genesis 6:4, where the giants, it says in Genesis, there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, right? The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. The other 100 were condemned to stay on the earth as spirits, never to take on a physical form except in the case of possession. And you find this in Revelation 12:9-12, and Revelation 18:2. And it says, those who stayed in the crafts yet did not inform their overlords of what they were doing were cursed to stay on the earth, yet in spirit form only. So you have these beings that come here that are in spirit form, and they don't have bodies. Okay, Christians who get filled or possessed with the Holy Ghost experience these pure spirits. Those who are spirit, never having been in the jasad, flesh, as a physical body of their own, so they take over your katat body or physical being. That's 100,000 spirits every Sunday possessing the bodies of people, or 100,000 spirits as in legions or of demons. Yes, they multiply their spirits and become many, or as the Bible says, legion. So if you look at the quote, Luke 8:30, and Jesus asked him, saying, what is thy name? And he said, legion, because many devils were entered into him. These spirit beings were also cast out with the 100 fallen angels for their silence in not informing the Most High of the 200 angels' behavior with the women of Adam or the daughters of Enos. That's when they came and they were raping and having children with these women, which was actually forbidden. These children became known as the Gibor, or the mighty men, as it says in Genesis 6:4. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them, the name became mighty men. Hebrew Strong's number 1368, Gibor, which were of old and of renown. I'm going to go quite quickly because I really want to go through so much information. These Elohim, they're also referred to as Elohim, were also called the Dingir, right? They were also called the Dingir. And, you know, they're also known as Elohim. And the Dingir means the righteous ones of the rocket ship, of crafts of glory, or the Kabbat, glory, honor. Hebrew Strong's number 3519. Ushamgal, flying serpents. That's what Ushamgal, right? Ushamgal. Yeah, that's another term referring to them, flying serpents, who the Leviathan or Lawit Hananu, Ina Anunnaki, right? So that's when we say in our Anunnaki, this is where it breaks down as those beings that came to the earth in 50s, right? So Anu, Na, Ki. Na is 50. Ki was the name of the planet Earth at one point, and Anu was the Most High, as is referred to in the scripture in the Bible. They came down in earth in groups of 50. Psalm 68:17. The chariots of God are 20,000, even thousands of angels. The Lord is among them as in Sinai in the holy place. They were genderless and manifested and became gender. So they were genderless, manifested and became gender, male or female. This is the real principle of what they call Gadad, right? Gadad. When you say Gadad, this is what becomes Gad, which becomes God. Because remember, when we look at Semitic languages, the vowels are interchangeable. So the A became God, or Gad, from Gad, Gadad, and which is a German word that expresses divinity to them. And this is why we also say this is from the word gut. Yeah, gut. Which is all, and you have to look at the G, because the G is important. Because you start looking at God, ghost, ghouls, all ties in. Okay, so God is a neutral gender in that most manifest as male and female, and many, especially throughout the world, where male and female exist. Genesis 1:27. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he, him, male and female created he, them. So it's plural when you say created them. All right? And so the image of this God, he was both male and female before things manifest in the physical or ethereal side of things, before Anu was in the physical form, who the Bible called Ilium El, Most High God. To understand the lineage by using words such as offspring, there is no way to explain it for your comprehension. For you to teach the truth of Anu's physical being on the lowest level, so these are the words you have used to make yourself clear. I am trying to explain to you about existence before manifestation and physical. That already, we said originally that the word create or creation means to grow, right? So when people start off, they always talk about creation all the time, creation. And we know in Musabat that there's a stage before creation, before things come down here, right? And people say, no, everything starts with the creation. We say, no, everything starts with pre-creation, which is existence, right? Because creation means to grow. So to grow means you take something that's already in existence and then you grow it and make it into something. This is why we said everyone's creation story starts with like a form, or you have to grow or create something, and then from that other things come. But let's keep going, because what I want to do is go on to, so he's saying, I'm trying to explain to you about existence before manifestation and physical, how it contained both genders before the word gender could be used at all, with ha'ot, all. So before you could even use female or male, there had to be something, yeah? There had to be something before that. And that's all, or existence in the all. The console, which would contradict the principle. So what you must grasp at this point is that before the Anu, the physical father of Enki and Enlil, because this is what this is all about. When we're saying the Anunnaki, we're really talking about Anu and his family, yeah? Anu, and then you have Enki. Again, bear in mind what I said before. You can spell it like Enki or with a K-I. And his other brother, who is N, again, you can even put dots like that, N, Lil. And again, you can spell Enlil like that, or with a L-Y-L at the end, because it's all phonetic, so you could spell it like Enlil. So 9 degrees backwards, there were 9 degrees or stages backwards, there was a being. And this is where, again, there's a problem, because when you say a word like being, in the tablets referred to as an, yeah, so this anu is referred to also as an. And then as you come down, you get to, so it's an, which becomes anu, which is referred to as the Most High in the Bible. And Enki, the sustainer, Enlil is the master, right? And in Arabic, the same anu would become Al-Ali, Al-Ali, A-L-I-Y, Al-Ali. And then Enki, the sustainer, right? Enki's sustainer becomes, in Arabic, that becomes Rab, which, as we already said, means sustainer. Then Enlil is Baal. Yeah? So these are all terms and names for these people. And they're also known as Nunumnir and Nudimud. Yeah? Enki will be Nudimud and Enlil will be Nunumnir. So you're literally saying, like I said, Anu sent these beings to the planet Earth in groups of 50. Now, before the Anunnaki, the original An existed. Yeah, the original An existed. So this is what we're trying to go into, what we're calling existence. And that was within Pa'ut. Then you have the celestial devil, Nan-Na, right? Nan-Na. Right? That's who most people call or talk about when they say the devil. He's also known as Sin. So you hear Nana Sin, yeah? Or Zuen, which becomes Zion, depending on the pronunciation and the different tones. Now, they made it in a way that this Nana, Zuen, he's who people are calling the devil, and he's responsible for the confusion and always creating the chaos to confuse everybody so that you can't find the truth without sounding like you're crazy. So this Nana, Sin, Zuen, he came actually to the planet in 2012, right? And he departed in November 2015. He met with Obama because Obama was in office at the time. The Master is saying here, my dedicated readers know that for years I have been teaching you for years to bring the facts to you. Yet being that you are trapped in the laws of person, places and things, right? So when this domain down here deals with, I would say people, places and things, but it's the same thing, persons or people, places and things. And because you're trapped within that, when we're trying to teach things outside of what you know within these places, persons and things, people's minds can't really elevate to that. So he's saying it is very difficult. So you ask questions which you think you have figured out a mistake or a flaw in what I am teaching, such as how could Anu in the holy tablets be the Most High if the Most High could never be seen? And this is why I did this, where when you're coming down here, this is where they start from physical things, hydrogen coming this way, before they knew going the other way when you're dealing with the etheric realm, where you have the numbers E1, E2, E3 going to the other side of what we're calling things existing before creation. And I'm going to read you a little excerpt from the Holy Tablets, all right? Just the first part, chapter 1. And it says, the reason I'm reading the Holy Tablets, even though it has also expired, like the books of the monotheistic religions, the Bible, Quran, they've all expired as of the year 2000. Expiring doesn't mean you can't still read them, they still have useful information. But he says here in Tablet 1, know, O my children, that Lo starts with an L, as we always explain that this is the book of the Lamb that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad prophesied of somebody coming to bring this book. Lo, my children, allow me to speak with you, for it is that time again, every 25,000 years, for the renewal of your way of life, Muwaki. Let me speak with you of the beginnings, not singular, the beginnings of life before and after the knowledge bestowed upon you of your very own creation and the making of this planet you call Earth, and the many other planets of which you have no knowledge of. Your soul, that is the emotional you, is about to embark upon a journey through time and space within existence, through a time not yet encountered by Bihimo, the human beast, and the human beings, the children of the Aluhi, the human beings of whom creative force of will, right? This is where, when you hear words like who, yeah, where we say human, we're really dealing with that deity that of whom, the creative will in ancient Egypt. And when you say man or min, again remember, I say the I interchangeable with the vowel. So when you say human, you're really saying who and min. Right? These are beings in ancient Egypt. When you know who Min is, he's the one that is depicted with the phallus. But anyway, he says, who creative force of will, and Min, also Mami, meaning deity of birth, which is another name for Mother Ninti. So Mami becomes the female counterpart, and Ninti, who gave birth to mortals. The human being of whom creative force of will, and mainly from the Latin spirits of the dead. Within the confines, this is the bit I really want to touch on. It says, within the confines of this holy tablet, you shall embark upon such knowledge which has never before been made so clear as this for you by any. Let me start by telling you about the beings that existed trillions of Earth years ago, before the Precambrian period, before you human beings were created in the physical form upon the planet Tama, now called Earth. From the word Iridu, right? Iridu means home away from home. There existed supreme beings of pure green light, ethereal, and sub-supreme beings of the impure amber light, fire. He said you cannot fully comprehend their beginnings because their time zone is much greater than your ability to comprehend at this point. And he goes on to say, yeah, this very tablet will take you and give you the information. So when we look at the planet, we see, let's say that's the planet Earth, right? With, the continents. And this is just one orb that is orbiting around the sun. So when you're trying to teach and go outside of the planet, and he says the time, because you have the sun and you have the different planets going outwards, right? But this one orbits the sun, and it takes roughly 365 days for one orbit, which fluctuates because the sun is a little bit shaped. These 2 points are slightly further away than these 2 points. So depending on where it is, that's why you get the leap years and they add days and take days off to try and collaborate the time. But anyway, let's carry on. So before the Anunnaki, the original An existed, and that within Ha'ut. The celestial devil Nana, Sin, Zuen, made it where you cannot even learn the truth without sounding like you're contradicting the Most High. This Nana Zuen returned to Earth in 2012 and departed November 2015 AD. So he was actually here on Earth for 3 years. And he says about, my dedicated readers know that for years I've been teaching you about facts and being able to break this being trapped in the laws of persons, places, and things, his domain. And it's very difficult. Anyway, so it says, it is the demonic mind of the lower reptilian in you that made you surrender to the demonic interpretation of things and to badger those who are sent to raise you up out of persons, places, and things. So while someone is trying to raise you up outside persons, places, and things, and above that, because people don't comprehend it, they struggle with it. So it says this doctrine is trying to teach you that before the hydrogen atom, right? Before that, before the laws of Hoppersall, that's when you're dealing with atoms, cells. Remember, we go from density to matter, to atoms, to cells, to organisms, and these organisms is what forms tissues, and then universes, plants, everything that we call a thing. Because when we say things, we say, as we always say, we say something. But really, when you're thinking in people, places, and things, you're saying the sum of a thing. So you can't really, if you can't quantify it or sum it up into something, you think it doesn't exist. It's going to get into more and more detail with the Anunnaki. So the purpose is for you to gradually allow me to raise you without looking for faults along the way. You will reach that perfect level of divine consciousness and be restored as a deity, as they would call it in their language. Right? So the essence was all and without this existence in the Pa'ut. All was all, and that existence became Pa'ut, all. The moment that existence was produced, anything that can be observed, it is from the inside. There is no outside, then it becomes Pa'ut, the all. They begin observing as a part of Pa'ut, all. Now, read to this chart of Ranan at name that these are human beings or physical beings based on your ability of comprehension to explain, which is all you can depend on, yet in fact are only based on you, right? So we say you, we, he, they, she, them, us, and those, and finally I and me. Yeah, so when we refer to ourselves, this is what we say. We say you, we, he, they, she, them, us, and then I and me, where it begins and ends. Right, so now he's going to go into an, or pre-physical. He says at the origin, an, so an was before the physical, the celestial. He says, and his wife, who's known as Antu, right? They have never been seen by any physical eyes. And also known as Anne, so the same An is also known as Anne, the A-A-Y. Anne, all right? Let's get into the juicy parts, right? Anne, the utmost beyond, is the most high. These two beings are the manifestations of the principal male and female over everything that exists. Antu, the leader, who is An's counterpart, right? So you have An and Antu being the counterpart in the Sumerian language, and she was named Antum in the Akkadian language. So Antum. So Antu is also known as Antum. All right. Together, these ruling forces were over the abode called Nibiru, right? They were over Anne, Antu, and Antum. They were over Nibiru, right? So Nibiru is this big mothership that everybody keeps talking about. Today we're going to put the Anunnaki story to sleep, put it to bed, right? So they were over the abode called Nibiru, that which, the translation of Nibiru is that which crosses the skies. Now these are the manifestations of An by his counterpart Antu, and their manifestations. The first physical form was named Anki, okay? Because he was the first master of the firm abode. The second was named Ib, one in the middle. And the third one was named En-Uru, over the dwelling. Anki ruled after his father. Anki had no children and passed on while on the throne. So these are the 9 or degrees or 9 annus before the one that everyone keeps talking about. So after Enki's passing, his younger brother Ib took over the ruler's seat and was named An-Ib, the one who was An's son. That's what it means. This is the bit where I'm saying it's going to be like reading the book of Numbers. For those who've actually read the Bible properly from the beginning to the end.
Yeah.
The book of Numbers is really a genealogy. His vow was Nin-Ib, noble of Ib, who was his niece, a daughter of his younger brother En-Uru. And they produced the fourth known as An-Shaggar, An's prince, who is the greatest of princes. That's what the names mean, right, when I'm giving you those translations. En-Uru also took a half-sister as a consort named Nin-Uru, and they gave birth to a son named Inamah. 69. This Inamah was also the father of Anu. And Shargal's consort and his half-sister by the name of En-Uru was Ki-Shargal, greatest foundation of the Shah. That's what that means. The firstborn son of An-Shargal was named Alam. Alam was the father of Alalu. Remember, Alalu, is the brother of Anu. An-Shargal had another son by Ki-Shargal named Ansha, the fifth successor. Ansha, because remember Ansha and Kisha, when we break them down in the Sumerian doctrine, these are who we're talking about. Ansha also took a half-sister or a consort named Kisha, which means foundation of the Shahs. They had a son named Ensha over the Shah, who was the sixth ruler. Ensha also took a half-sister as a consort named Ninsha, Shahs of the lady. They produced a daughter. Ensha also had a son by another consort named Du-Uru in the dwelling place, fashion, that's what that means, who became the seventh successor. Now, Du-Uru took a consort named Da-Uru, she who is by my side, that's what that translates as. No children were produced from this union. Da-Uru adopted a son she found at the gateway of the abode and was named Lahama, which means dryness. That was the eighth. Now, prehistory. So, An, or Anu, right? The ninth one is the son of Inamah. They had a consort named Antu, who was his half-sister. So, Anu also had a consort named Id, right? Because remember, in the old Sumerian doctrine that we were taught, you had Anu having two wives. Id was one of those wives, known as Nimul. They had a son named Ea, he whose home is water. That Ea is dealing with, the Elin and Enki, the two sons, right? So they had a son named Ea, he whose home is water, and that's Enki. The same is also called Nud-Imud, right? Nud-Imud, the maker of artful things. This was the firstborn son of An, or Anu. Antu, the half-sister spouse of An, or Anu, gave birth to a son named Enlil, right? This is your Enlil right here. And his name translates as master of the skies. This is why he was kind of over the skies, Enlil, and Enki was over the earth. Enlil known as master of the skies. And also had a daughter named Ninmah by a consort named Sin. And Anu had another daughter named Ba'u by another concubine, Nudimud, or Nudimud, the firstborn son of An, named Enki, Ea. He had a consort named Damkina, right? So Damkina, which means faithful spouse, also known as Nimki, lady of the key. So when you see the Nimki, so you have Enki and Nimki, all right, which translates as lady of key, lady of earth, daughter of Alalu and Nimu. They had fraternal twins, one son named Marduk right? If we get the word Murdoch from Marduk, son of the pure mound, that's what that means. And Ba'alat, and Bit Ilati, daughter of the deity. And so we go on. So, and Enki, who's also known as Nudimud, Ea, he fathered many other children, Dumuzi and Gishtiana, both by a consort named Dutur, who is also Nin's son, the daughter of Ba'u and Ninurta. Remember Ninurta again, right? And Nin-Gizida by Hisat, daughter of Nanna and Ptah. Enki, Nudimud, Ea had sons by other consorts, and these sons were named Nin-Agal, Gibil, and Nagal. Remember Nagal again, this is one of those sons. Nagal as well. So Enki, Nudimud, Ea also helped in making of the Kama'u, the Pleiadians. These are the children or earthlings in 3761 BCE. That's the date, right? He had earth children of his own as well. And Adapa, which is translated as able to learn, right? Because Adapa, if people say Adapa, he was a very studious person, and they say he was taken up without having to experience death. Was by Enki's own DNA mixed with Atum and Lilith. Titi, seed of my seed, that's what Titi translates as, yeah? Was by Nilpersat. Own DNA mixed with Ptah and Anath, right? Remember, this is when we're talking about the Adam and Eve story, where you have Ptah and Anath, and then you had Atum and Lilith, who Atum and Lilith were the parents of who we call Zakar, and then you have Ptah and Anath, who were the parents of Rekeba, which would have been that last fourth Adam and Eve, who were around 49,000 years ago, all right? So both were produced by three-parent birth, and now the scientists have actually started to talk about three-parent birth. The operation was done by Ningizida, who oversaw his own brother and sister Eve by another. Enki, Nudimud, Ea also had daughters by his half-sister Ninmah, daughter of Si and Anu. Some of their names were Nam, Mu, Nash, and two more daughters named Ni-Daba and Ni-Saba, Ninsikila, who was the consort of Enshak, and Marduk, the firstborn son of Enki, Nudimud, Ea, took a consort named Sarpanit, who bore him two sons, Nabu and Satu, and Dumuzi had a son named Tammuz by In-Anna, daughter of Nana and Nilga. Adafa, another name referred to as Adam, married Titi, who is Eve in this Adam and Eve story, and had Cain, who we know as Cain, Abael, Abel, and Sati Seth, according to their story, when in fact Cain was the son of Nana, Nana sin, and Titi, Eve, and Cain, which means the jealous one. So when we're saying Cain, we're saying the jealous one, all right? He took his sister to be a consort named Awan, Labuda, Bu, Anknu, Enoch, and Irid. Irad married Shakila. So when people say, where did Cain and Abel get their wives from, is because they had, sisters, and they took each other's sisters and had a son named Mehuhaya. Mehuyael took a consort named Amanda and gave birth to a son, Methus.
What if I don't like my therapist? You'll find one you do.
I can't deal with insurance.
Lula makes that part easy.
There's too many decisions.
Enough.
Carritos, Taco. We're good on our own, but together, we're even better. I'm not crying, it's my onions.
So, I told you, this Anunnaki, you guys want the Anunnaki, we have to go give you all the names. No one has broken it down to such detail, so bear with it. Anyway, Methuselah married Nura and gave birth to a son named Numak, which became Lamech. Lamech married Zillah, who gave birth to two sons. The first was named Yabal, which is Jabal. The second was named Jubal. Lamech, right, also had two more children by another consort named Ada, who also gave birth to a son named Tubal-Cain, or Tubal-Cain, and a daughter named Naamah. And Abael, the second son of Adapha, and Titi was killed and had no spouse or children. Sati was the second son of Adapha and Titi and married Azuru. And Azuru bore Enshi, which became known as Enos, and Enshi married Noam, and Noam bore him Kunim, and Kunim married Mu'alit, and she bore Malalu.
Hey Mark, how
And
you
Malalu
doing?
married Dunna, and Irid died, married Baraka, the daughter of Ra Su-Jael, gave birth to Enkimi, Enoch. Enkimi had a consort named Idni, a daughter of Daniel. And Enkimi, Enoch, gave birth to two sons, Methuselah or Methuselah, Gaida, and one daughter named Sarpanit. Sarpanit was the consort of Marduk, mother of Nabu and Sartu. Matushal married Ednat, and they gave birth to a son named Lumak. And Lumak married Bar-Tanash, and they had Zeusudra, whom people know as Noah. And Zeusudra married Emzara, and Emzara gave birth to triplets sons. Their names were Shama, which is Shem, Hamta, which is Ham, and Yafat, which is Japheth. This is what, from the Noah story, which is being related in the Bible, they had these sons, where people say this is where everyone comes from. The triplets, the three races come from, one person, but we know through DNA that's impossible. Now, the children of Enlil. So Enlil, the second son of An, had three sons. The firstborn son was by his own sister, Nimar. His name was Nim-Erta, master who completed the foundation. Enlil, Nunamnir, also had two more sons. So remember I said you've got Enlil is known as Nunamnir, and Enki is known as Nudimud. Alright? Enlil, Nunamnir, also had two more sons by his official spouse, who was Nimnil, also known as Sud. Their names were Nanna and Ishkud. And Nanna took a consort named Nilgab. They had a set of twins, a son named Utu, which became Shamash, and a daughter named Inanna, Ishtar. Nanna also had a daughter named Irishkidal by Nil-na-Shamael. Irishkidal was espoused to Nadab, a son of Enki, Nud-Mud, or Ir. Nim-Erta married Bahu, and they had two sons and 7 daughters. The most prominent daughter was named Nimstun, Lady Wild Cow, who married Gal-Banda. And they had Gilgamesh. This is the Gilgamesh that we say was, a companion to Enkidu, right? Or Enkidu was Gilgamesh's companion, who came to the east side of the earth as Anunnaki, right? So this is what we're talking about now. So no, this is not their names, only describes that 50 of them came down to earth, or Ki, Gi, Ki, Gaia, right? So these words that we use, these are the Greek names for earth, right? This is where there's a channel now called Gaia that everyone is listening to, that are literally talking this information that the Master Teacher Partner about them put out many, many years ago. Anyway, let's carry on. So Nibiru, the craft, planet or space station on which they lived and traveled, which orbits this system every Shah, and a Shah is 3,600 years, is linked to Nibiru, Ki, the control center of Enlil, a city of Shumar, Nippur or Akkadian Shumar. So Sumer was known as Shumar. Akkad is birthplace of the Semitic or Shamitic tongues in Babylon, which became Babylon or Babylon, gateway to the Elohim in Mesopotamia. Bab-Ili became Babylonia. I spoke of one called Alali. He was the deposed ruler of Nibiru, who removed Anu, Ilion, El, Allahu, Ali, the Most High. You can find this in Isaiah 14:4-14, Psalms 82:6-7 from the throne. So Allah removed An from the throne. This Anunnaki was then removed, and An was put back as the Most High. This name An means just that, the highest one. So Allah was deposed as ruler of Nibiru and was to be killed. So he took his own family, also descendants of, so you got An Shargal and Kish Shargal. And they bore Alam, and then you have Nimuk and Alali. And you have his daughter, Damkina and Ninki, alright? Alali took his family of many and they departed from Nibiru before he would be killed for opposing An, or Anu the second. He escaped to keep this planet called Tema at the time, yet while on Earth he discovered Nabat, gold, the much needed element to protect Nibiru from the sun's rays, which was destroying it after Alalu's war to take over. So Alalu fought a war to take over, and that caused this destruction that was affecting Nibiru, and they needed the gold to protect it. So Alalu moved to Middle and South America and set up among the Toltecs, who later became known as the Mayas and the Aztecs. He taught them rituals of human sacrifice and bloodletting, and they built many temples and found gold. When the 50 or the Anunnaki arrived here on Earth, Alalu confronted Enki about the gold in hopes to save his life. He also gave his daughter Dimkina or Damkina to Enki, and she became known as Ninki and the mother of Murder. Enki had come to Earth on an expedition in search of gold, which was found to be present in the rocks of the orbiting asteroid belt above, as all the gold on Earth came to Earth by meteorites from long before. This is why, Elon Musk is trying to go up there and mine this gold, being the richest man already with that. Okay, I'll leave it as that for now. However, when Enlil, so they say, he's the richest man. However, when Enlil found out, he told Anu, their father, and he ordered Alalu to be killed. So he again, Alalu that is, departed from Earth with his wife for the planet now called Mars. They called Mars Lam El Fustat, and there he set up continued experiments and he died. This is Alalu. So the face seen on planet Mars, most people talk about the face on Mars today, is a marker from those experiments. This face is of Alalu, that's the brother of Anu, and the feminine statue is of his wife, Nimuk. So these are the pictures here. When you're looking at, that's the face of Mars. That is actually the face of Alalu, yeah, and that's the structures of Nimuk, his wife on Mars. And for many years, people were trying to figure out what the face on Mars is. All right, let's keep going. So I'm not going to read all of this because we can put the diagram up, but you can see the diagram of the family and how that becomes the names in the Bible, like Yahweh, Baal, and Gad, and it deals with Enki on this side, yeah, and Enlil on that side, and you can see their offspring. All right, we'll put it up on the screen. So these are their seed in Mesopotamia, not our seed in Africa. This is the distinguishing fact now between the Anunnaki and the seeds, the direct seeds of the Parnatharu. the Africans. So it says, these are their seed in Mesopotamia, not our seed in Africa. Yet Enki mixed with us, as did Abraham, because you know Abraham went to Africa and took a wife. So Enki also did this. These are their deities in their Bible and Quran under new names not related to us and our deities, ancestors and relatives in Afafreye Kau, Africa, the Parnatharu, known as the overseers. So this is why it's important to know the difference between the Anunnaki and the Parnatharu. The Anunnaki, who came to earth, became the God, gods, lords of the Hebrews, Christians and the Muslims, gave them their holy books and rituals from the Sumerian stone tablets, in part by Tammuz. The Melchizedek or Gazu al-Qadir of Genesis 14, 17 to 22, who introduced Abraham, or Abram, became Abraham, to Anu, Ilmun El, the Most High, of Ina Anu Na Naki. This Melchizedek in Sumer was called Gazu, and Anunnaki, called a mysterious divine emissary who conveyed the messages in visions or incarnated to teach. Now you may ask, how did we get connected to the Anunnaki if it is from a different bloodline? He says, the Master Teacher Panabhadra says, well, there are always times when the bloodlines crossed, and that would tie the Anunnaki in with some of the Muntar, ones of the overseer seeds. So some tribes mixed by force through rape or foreign invasions. What was Abraham before he was called a Hebrew in Genesis 14:13? And from Ur of Chaldean, he was a Chaldean, a Persian. Genesis 11:27 to 32. He became known as an Hebrew, which means one from beyond, because he did just that by coming from another land. He had a wife and his half-sister named Sarah, an Indian hybrid who was not able to bear children. He was given another wife, an Egyptian named Hagar, as I said before, to bear a child. In the Bible, this is Genesis 16, 1 to 2, and Maretat and Nachtat in Egypt. Right? That's her name in Egypt. A Negro slave he raped, Genesis 16, 3 to 4. In Genesis 16, 15 to 16, Hagar had a son by the rape of Abraham and were cast out and resettled in the wilderness of Beersheba, Genesis 21, 14 and 33. Hagar returned to Egypt and found Ishmael, a wife from amongst her people, Genesis 21, 21. And Ismail, was the very first Nubian in South Egypt, dark-skinned with curly hair. Ishmael had 12 sons, Genesis 25, 13 to 15, and these are the names of the sons of Ishmael, by their names according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nabijah, and Kedar, and Adil, and Missan, and Mishma, and Duma, and Massa, Hadar, and Tima, Jethro, Nephish, Kedamah, and a daughter named Bashima, also called Mahalath, Genesis 36:3, and Bashma, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nabajah. Ishmael was the first Arab, and the word Arab, Aramaic, or Arab, can be found in the Bible under Hebrew Strong's number 6151, meaning to mix, mingle, join together. This first Arab was born to Musqatu, Chaldean, and part Egyptian, or Muhammad, Egyptian, Abraham and Hagar, Genesis 16:15. Their son Ishmael can be found under Hebrew Strong number 3458, Ishmael, and the Arabs called him Ismail in Quran 2:136. When Hagar was cast away from Abraham, they eventually returned to Egypt, and Ishmael took an Egyptian wife and had children, 12 sons and a daughter. This is how the Anunnaki mixed in with the Muhammadu, the Egyptian seed, Ishmael's seed of the tribe of Kedar, Then the Havilaites of Sudan mixed with Arabs, and on August the 20th, 570 AD, the Arabian prophet Ahmad, later called Mustafa Muhammad al-Amin, was born. These same Anunnaki came to Muhammad in a cave and gave him a revelation that gave birth to the religion of Islam, that also claimed Father Abraham, who was called the friend of Allah in Quran 4:125. Who can be better in religion than one who submits his whole self to Allah, does good, and follows the way of Abraham, the true in faith? For Allah did take Abraham for a friend.
Every American kid gets $1,000 right from birth with Trump accounts. That's a lot of money.
It could change my future.
Most older kids get money too. See how much yours gets.
Say hello to Butterfly Shrimp, now on Faves for only $5.
This gloss is the reason why I don't deal with sticky or dry lips anymore. This is the Empower Gloss Ultra Glossy Lip Serum in the shade Gel.
So became Abraham, was from Ur of Chaldea, the land of demons and fire, Genesis 11:31. And Terah took Abraham his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarah, his daughter-in-law, his son Abraham's wife, and they went forth with them from Ur of Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan, and they came unto Haran and dwelt there. His family were fire worshippers under Uhuru Mazda, who worshipped Atar, god of all fire. Before meeting Melchizedek in Genesis 14, verses 18 to 20, and Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of the Most High God. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abraham of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be the Most High God, which hath delivered thine enemies into thy land, and he gave him tithes of all. So Abraham saw what God looked like, being he was from this land. He would have been accustomed to how they would have appeared. The last to see God was Moses, and he said, The Lord appeared as a burning bush, a Luciferian torchbearer, a halo from Isaiah 14:12. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? This is why we say, when you say good morning, you'll say this name of Lucifer, which is the morning star. Anyway, after Muhammad passed in June 8, 632 AD, a conflict breaks out between the Sunnis, which included Abu Bakr, not blood relative of Muhammad, connected by the marriage of his daughter Aisha, a young wife of the Prophet Muhammad, and the Shiite, who included Amir al-Mu'minun Ali, Muhammad's blood family and nephew, who married his daughter Fatima. The Sunnis, who dressed in white, tried to wipe out or eliminate the Shiite group, who dressed in black. The conflict was over who should be the next caliphate, one who comes next or from behind. That has been mistranslated as a successor or a viceroy by some Qurans, and over who had the correct version of the Quran that Muhammad had. All the copies written on skins and bones had been destroyed by Uthman. The only reference for the Quran was from those who committed the Quran to memory and would recite it like they do today, where the children are taught to recite starting at age 4. Al-Abbas, the uncle of Muhammad, was still alive and tried to protect his family and took Fatima and any remaining wives and moved from Arabia to Mu'mat, Egypt. Eventually, the Abbasids wanted to control the Fatimids, who later broke away and moved away down into Egypt and into Nubia, and were called the Dongolawi or the Donogla tribe in Nubia, Nakata. Many African Egyptians were also converted to Islam. It was not their natural way of life. Some of the Fatimids followed and settled in Nakata and became known as the Dongolawi or the Dongala tribe, known by the 3 tribal scars called shuluks on both sides of their face or 3 parallel line scars on each cheek. In Sudan, is of 3 tribes. Each has their own tribal marks called the shuluk on the cheeks of their face. One is the Jahliyan, has a small T shape on each side. 2, the Shagia has a dual cross shape on each side. And 3, the Dongolawi has the 3 strokes on each side of the face, which is what I have. That's the master teacher. Eventually, everyone started to migrate to this area of Nubia, and many converted, yet not all converted to the religion of Islam. We're almost done. Last 1 page. So you have some with mixed genes and some without, or some people with Anunnaki genes and some without, who descended from this line of mixed Arab Tamam blood. Muhammad Ahmad al-Mahdi, born 1845 to 1885 AD. The guy had 2 wives, again both of Akan and Iwi tribes of Ghana. One named Makbula and the other Yakhasat genes were re-strengthened again. So the faces of the children born were African faces. These 2 sides, the Shiite and the Sunni, are nothing more than the 2 brothers Enki and Enlil. Zisudra Utnapishtim, Noah, was perfect in his Tash generation from Enlil by way of Nanna, who had earth children. This is the reason after Zisudra's Ladat birth, it said he glowed and had a light from his Ayantui eye. Remember those 200 that came down and had Janus sex with the Sawatatu, daughters of Enos, and gave birth to children that became Gibor, a Jawid, wicked seed. It was common back then for these Mukwanu beings, Anunnaki, to have Karadu children by human hybrids. The nature of these Zamaltu, 2 brothers, are seen today in the face of America through the thinking of the politicians and their 2 points of view. The Republican equals Enlil, and the Democrats equals Enki. The Republicans want the people to just believe Za'am, religion, accept without thinking, blind faith. Pahajar Shalel, Lawit Hanani, the spell of Leviathan, and started out being for the people. The Democrat's mind is scientific and will ask questions, investigate, and not just accept anything. A more progressive mind. The demigods' scientific minds cause a rise in intelligence and technology. People have no idea what truly is going on. Both seeds exist in individuals inside, so it is hard to fakar, think, and sha'ur, feel, and be clear in order to be able to perceive fakar thoughts, or the difference between bad thoughts. They keep you in a state of depression, so you will send out a certain nashat, energy, into the tapar world. That's why sports are so big and actually gets more attention than national holidays. It is almost like its own holiday. You have all these contests that inspire a spirit of competition. If it is a Nafir beauty pageant, you have, say, 100 contestants, 1 winner and 99 losers who leave depressed or angry. In sports arena, you have 15 football games. The winning team or the winning fans are happy all over. Those fans who are unhappy are also unhappy all over, and in some instances become violent and take their tafat emotions out on their city and destroy property. In one instance in Europe, it became so bad they banned all Zazazu men from the game and only allowed Zazastatu women and Karadu children inside of the stadium. Thus you have the Daman blood or Tabar nature of 2 natures inside of you, and just like many Shakasu, people who are mixed, you can choose which side to be on after you have taken control of the 30 personalities in you. Let your ayan, I, become one. Matthew 6:22. The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. Luke 11:34. The light of the body is the eye. Therefore, when thine eye is single, the whole body is also full of light. But thine eye is evil, thy body also is full of darkness. Only then will you reclaim yourself and return to your own, and on your own by regaining knowledge of who you truly are, without beginning, without ending. So that's the whole of that scroll called the Par Anunnaki. I'm going to do a quick summary because there's a lot of information. So many people are confused about, everyone just think everyone is Anunnaki, and everyone's talking about the Anunnaki, Enlil and Enki, and they talk about Nibiru and how these Anunnakis are responsible for our creation. And people use the words like our, we, us, loosely. But the reality is that you have different bloodlines. All right, you have the original seeds of the Parnafaru, the overseers, who came to this planet first, and by way of their genes seeded this planet, and life was evolving here from the waters onto land. And the oldest, when you go backwards, you go to ancient Egypt, pre-dynastic, when you're dealing with Nakata and on the road, the Neolithic part of what we call Egypt. And that deals with these Pataites that came onto land, starting with snakes and frogs, as they're becoming the Ogdoads, right? Where you have two pairs of what people call Adam and Eve. So depending on what creation story you're looking at, there will always be a beginning of, the first people. And that would be, as we say when you're looking at Nun and Nunet, Het and Hihet, Ket and Kiket, and Amun and Amunet. Those are your pairs of that become the 8. And from those you get the Iliads, they have offspring and they have children. And then of course, you have the breeding of the children known as Nikeba and Zakar, right? This is what people call Adam and Eve. That's that 49,000 years ago, where they were trying to, by way of an experiment, bring about a more agreeable being. So they took the seed of Lilith, right? So you've got Adam, whose parents are Atum and Lilith, and then you have Nikeba, whose parents are Ptah and Anat. Brought them together to have a child at the right time. They put them in an enclosed garden to carry out this experiment. But as the story goes, as is picked up in the Bible, this serpent came and told them that, they won't die if they eat the fruit that God told them not to eat. And so from that story is where all this confusion comes in. But then you also have the breeding of what we call the Adamites, not Adam and Eve, like people mixing up the Adamites with Adam and Eve. These Adamites were grafted by way of the Pleiadians, who were trying to produce a substitute food source for the Draconians. And they basically bred the Adamites 6,000 years ago. But even before that, you had the Yaqub story that he did that breeding of creating the Flugerots. So what happens in the world today is a lot of people are confused because the stories are all mixed up. All the different Adam and Eves are mixed up. The different experiments are mixed up because you have experiments that Alalu was carrying out as well on Mars before coming down to the planet Earth. And there were experiments that were being carried out by the Anunnaki on Nibiru. And when they came down here, even in the underworld with Arish Kigal and Nagal, these are also, the family of the Anunnaki. So when we're looking at the whole breakdown, that you have pre-creation, because creation means to grow, to take something that's already in existence and then make something from it. So when you're reading Genesis, people think this is the beginning because the word, they say Genesis means the beginning, but it doesn't, because the chapter in Genesis called is really Barashith in the Hebrew, right? So Bara means to create. It's like to take a tree which is already in existence for simplicity and making a table or wood, from that tree. So that's not bringing something new. That's taking something that's already in existence and creating something else. So people think that That's the beginning. This is why they get confused when they say there's only 2 people on the planet. And they tell you that those people were created from the mud of the ground. But that story is related to the Adamite story. And so when you say ruddy or red, Edom, dealing with the blood, you're talking about that experiment that was taking place, not the first people on the planet. Because when Adam and Eve have children or had children, Cain and Abel, they say that Cain killed Abel and then he was afraid people were going to kill him. And then you say, where did they get their wives from? People get confused because of the mixture of the different stories and the confusion. So we're saying that people are trapped within people, places and things because Nana, who is the person everyone's calling the devil, and that story of having Anu, right, who's the Most High, their father, who gave birth to Enlil and Enki, who then ruling the planet, as in Enlil stays the rule of the skies, Enki is the rule of the key, and then they basically try and control everyone by way of choosing Abraham as their person in Mesopotamia, giving him these tablets and teaching him, Abraham being the son of Terah, who they actually followed Zoroastrianism, right? And they were worshipping fire and so forth. And this is where he was from. Ur of Chaldea means fire. And so this is where religion comes from. And both Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, they tie back to Abraham being their father. And so there is a lot to clear up. And if you want to arise and elevate this above people, places, and things,
Come on! Give us some salsa!
Oh, get on down, you two.
Welcome to 3-Day Blinds, your window treatment experts for over 45 years.
There's just too many steps to finding a therapist. It takes 5 minutes. They're probably all booked. Meet a great one tomorrow. Can't. I'm walking with...
Going back to that etheric, because you're an etheric being that has come down here and lowered your vibration to be caught up in people, places, and things. And then these Anunnaki, by way of the 2 brothers Enki and Enlil and their family, are the ones you're calling God, from the word Gadad or Gut in German. And their Enlil's son Nana is really that devil that is confusing and on the planet right now. Everyone's saying God, but they don't know who that God is, which is really these Enlil and Enki and their family, because they've got different titles all throughout the Bible and the Quran. All right, so when we're talking about this Anunnaki story, I hope today has made it clear that the Natharu had children in Africa. They were here first, and then the Anunnaki came here, and because those children were already involved in, Enki went and mixed in with them, had children. So you have people on the planet that, yes, are related to the Anunnaki, and you have those who are not. And then you have those who are mixed. So not everyone is from the same bloodline. And because of that nature that we got mixed in with, by way of coming out of the water, it's like you have to appeal to your nature. Is it the Anunnaki side, or by way of the disagreeable genes, or you're appealing to your Natharu? And what I mean by that is you can be programmed to lean towards doing all the things you're doing, not realizing that it's aligning with these Anunnaki, right? So yeah, we've I think finally cleared up that Anunnaki story. We're going to move on to the hereafter doctrine, but as usual, the master gives the most details when it comes to all the stories. So I hope that's answered the question about
It's the whole black people, we're not together, we're going to work together. It's like everyone's forgotten who they are, they don't know what their spirituality is, they don't know what their language is, they talk about slavery. It's true. And it's like, no, 24,000 years, new cycle, wake up, this is who you are. You can come together, you can work together, you can love each other. All these other behaviors you've been taught by programming and learned programming by people that don't like you or adverse to you or don't want you to remember who you are and become who you're supposed to be.
That's it. What was your profound moment in life where you were just like, whoa?
In Usabat, we use the word, so we would say Nuwapian. Nuwapian became watered down to from Nubans to Nubian. Today, you know, people that didn't know, didn't understand.
Right.
They just said, oh, you're black.
Oh.
We would call ourselves as Noir people.
Okay.
Or Sabian.
Okay.
But obviously, because of the divisions of religion and so forth,
right,
everyone's gonna be like, no, I'm not. I'm a Christian. I'm a Muslim. I'm a Jew. I'm Jamaican. I'm Trinidadian. I'm Ghanaian. I'm Nigerian. No, you're not. That's label. People have labeled you based on either a situation, a location, or an action that.
Welcome to Huntington Bank, Houston. We don't make promises, we give you solutions. Solutions to take you from long nights to longer weekends. From long meetings to longer fairways. Because you need more than promises. You need the solutions and the people to back it up.
People like me, now proudly wearing green.
Let's get more from money. Huntington Bank.
Before we get into, you know, you're talking about subject matter today, which is Tamaray. Yeah, I just want to let you know that it's such an honor. Like I remember coming, you know, on Tamaray and you know you teaching, and even the first time I ever came across you, I was just like, you know, this brother, man, it's like the energy that you exude. It's just beautiful, and yeah, I tend to find that people who are close to the master teacher, in whatever way, whether it's spiritual or physically being around him, they tend to have this, this presence of peace and calm, and it comes across when you teach and everything. So, and then of course, Nubia design, the creative aspect. You know, people be seeing me, just for the listeners and for those watching, like that when they say you look fly when I'm wearing that Nubian design stuff, you know, this is the brother behind, the mastermind behind that. So I just wanted to, just show you some love, and really happy that you're here today to talk to me about, you know, Tamaray and whatever else you want to talk about. So yeah, just introduce yourself, however you want to introduce yourself, and then let's get into it.
Okay. First of all, thank you for allowing me to be on the platform. You know, it's a very powerful platform. See, it's reaching a lot of people. I just like a simple introduction. My name is Imhotep. I've been a student teacher, a master teacher, Dr. Malachi York, since '88. I moved in the community in '91, and I've been rocking with the master teacher ever since. So I was blessed to live on Tamaray for a large portion of the time, from '93 up until it was taken from us. So I just wanted to share some of my experiences from there.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, there are people who have never ever met the master teacher, never been on Tamaray, and so this is a really great opportunity for them to really get to hear and know about not just the master teacher from someone who's walked with him for so many years, but you know, to experience Tamaray, again from someone who lived it and was there, you know. So yeah, just feel free to like start wherever you start at the beginning. The beginning is I'm sure pretty much a long time ago, but please do.
Well, like I said, I moved up on Tamaray in '93, around April '93, and it's first I wanted to state, you know, the freedom for our master teacher, our father, our friend, brother, confidant, Dr. Malachi York. This case was never about child molestation or racketeering or the RICO anything. It was really just about stopping a very powerful and positive black man who was doing a lot.
Jamal, sorry, it's just because you're not very clear on the camera. It's very dark, and I want to make sure that people can see you. So I'm not sure if you can adjust your lighting or.
Let me see.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it was just so, as you moved, it was perfect. Yeah,
About stand up.
Yeah, I think it may be the it's like when you sit down, it just goes really black. Like I can literally
Right,
just.
let me see.
That's definitely better. Yeah, that's even. It's gonna get. I think when you go closer to the camera, yeah, there you go.
Okay,
yeah,
will that work?
That works. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to make sure that
No
people
problem.
can see you properly. But go ahead.
Okay, again, as I was saying, that this case was never about child molestation or racketeering or RICO or anything like that. It was really about derailing and trying to stop a very positive and powerful black man who was doing his part to raise a very powerful, intelligent, beautiful tribe worldwide, about black empowerment. And not just black empowerment, it was empowerment for everyone. Because our organization is not restricted just to black folks, but it was just to bring everybody together in a positive manner, to upgrade the consciousness of people worldwide, and Dr. Malachi York is doing just that. And I don't say that lightly, you know. Child molestation in any form is very serious, and personally I have family members who've been through that. So I don't say that lightly or taking anyone's accusations kindly or just throwing it to the wind. But lived up there for all that period of time and knowing some of these individuals and knowing the climate that was going on at that time, especially with the sheriff in Eaton, Georgia, Sheriff Howard Richard Seals, and what we were doing and the push we were making, not just Eaton, but surrounding areas, Macon, Augusta, Athens, Georgia, things we were building on. It made a lot of people very nervous and very afraid to see that amount of black people coming together in harmony and unity, no fights, no violence, no drunkenness, no alcohol, and building for self and kind that a lot of our teachers have taught throughout the years. And so it was never about what they said it's about. So I would want to first start with the innocence and freedom for our master teacher, Baba Yanana, as we affectionately call him.
Yes, 100%.
Yes, indeed. And like I said, I moved up in '93, and at the time I moved up, with a few months after Dr. York had moved up, moved down. I should say moved down to Tamarack. I was coming from Atlanta, Georgia at the time, the community there. And one of the first misconceptions I wanted to say was that a lot of news outlets and a lot of bloggers and everybody who jumped on the hype try to slander us as Nuwaubians. They try to paint this quote-unquote Nuwaubian cult as it was a few hundred people who lived on this land, Tamaray, secluded away from society. And Dr. York, as even said in trial, that he was taking people to a secluded area to try to hide, to do all these nefarious objects, which was nothing to even closely remotely to what Tamaray was. When I first moved there, it was basically just open land. As it was purchased from the previous owner, it was a hunting facility, a hunting land where the guy had imported different animals for locals to come out and hunt. Of course, when we got there, we removed those fences and things because we didn't believe in hunting or killing animals for fun. And it was basically this open land. It was a small amount of us up there just trying to set the groundwork for bringing our tribe to a holy land, a place they could come to. All right. When we first came to Eaton, we knew coming from different parts of the country, a lot of people coming from up north, that it would make the locals uncomfortable. So we always were integrating ourselves into Eaton itself, which is the surrounding area. If you're not familiar, never been there, we actually didn't live in Eaton. We lived in Putnam County, which was outside the city or town limits of Eaton, Georgia. But that was the closest town to us pretty much, about a 10-minute ride up the major highway. So if you live in Atlanta, to go to Eaton or these different areas, you have to come through this highway and you pass us on that highway. And so when we first got there, Dr. York and others, we set up it was a radio store in town, a record shop, excuse me, York Records. We frequented the businesses in Eaton, whether it's the Chinese food spots, the banks, laundromats, the building supply companies, you know, whatever we could do to try to make ourselves known to the people who were there. We helped out with the floats. They have an annual parade every year. We helped out with that. Dr. York was very integral, came in town, went to the community meetings, introduced himself to everyone. We would go to Pizza Hut all the time, hang out in there, introducing ourselves. We made ourselves very clear to the community that we came from up north, it's a tribal land, we're coming back, and we want to be a part of the community. There wasn't any cult thing when we were off on our own, doing our own thing. It was nothing like that. Dr. York had talent shows for all the local community, not just Eatonton. All the local towns that were around were invited to come out to this talent show and win cash prizes. He had fishing events where he invited, because at the time, before that, no black person that ever came out to that land, we had 3 lakes on the land, had been able to come out there and fish because of the racism in town and of all the different previous owners. We invited people out there to come out and fish on our land free of charge. We had our very first Savior's Day event, which we had every June. The very first one, which was a cowboy theme, being we were recognizing our cowboy and Native American heritage right here. We invited the local vendors in town, local vendors in Millersville, come out, be a part of our festivities free of charge. We were always doing anything we could to integrate ourselves into the broader community at large.
Right.
We never tried to stay apart. You know, it wasn't this media portrayal that it was a cult over here doing our own thing. We were very much a part of the community and trying to help out as much as we could, but also building our own land. Gradually, we started putting houses on the land, and we went through a whole lot of turmoil. We went to hundreds of planning and zoning meetings to try to make sure that everything we were doing was according to the regulations of the town. Literally hundreds of town hall meetings we were going to. Very few of them we were successful, but we continually kept going respectfully, you know, trying to, again, make sure that everything was done by the books. All right.
Yeah, just before, because you said some information that is pretty much probably new to a lot of people, and want to kind of like clarify and pick up on some of the points. Okay. So, you said that when you first arrived
deep in the heart of Texas, the son of a single mom and grandson of a Baptist preacher is flipping tables. James Tallarico, the former teacher and Texas state rep who's passed 60 bipartisan bills to cap insulin costs, raise teacher pay, and the largest property tax cut in Texas history, is running for Senate to stand up to the billionaires and take on a system that's rigged against you. James Tallarico for Texas.
Give your clothes the deep clean they need to thrive, not just survive. Persil, now with triple care. The care your clothes deserve.
Nauseous? And in the middle of the road, too. That's a lot of excuse me's. Excuse me? Excuse me? Advanced Herbals, G!
Oh no, last year you did something cool. Honestly,
there was a record, Dr. York had a record, record store first? And that was in Eatonton, or where was that?
Yeah. Around 90, I want to say late 93, early 94.
Yeah.
Right around that time, Dr. York opened up a record store in town.
Right.
Records.
And the reason I'm saying that is when we start to look at the case, you know, they claiming that, you know, Dr. York was running from New York because, you know, he was afraid of being indicted or something, so he ran to kind of go to Eatonton and hide. But from what I'm picking up from you is that, and again, this doesn't make sense because Sheriff Sills, the sheriff, was saying that they had been actually monitoring him for a long time prior to him going to Eaterton, so that obviously doesn't make sense. If he was, I mean, the land wasn't built up at the time he arrived, right? So there was a pylon, or what they tried to say was a gated community, and as you're saying, that he was integrating himself into the community with these events like fishing and inviting people and doing all kind of charity work. So that's actually really, really interesting, because I didn't even know about that part that you were saying in terms of the record store, you know. So yeah, I just wanted to pick up on that. Your lighting is still a bit, it goes in and out. I think if you could have a light, yeah, that's perfect for some reason. If you can keep it like that, that's great.
Okay,
it's cutting off the top of your head a little bit, but it's great. But yeah, so go ahead.
Yeah, so we first of all, if you know anything about indictment, moving out of state is not going to stop an indictment. You know what I mean? It wasn't like Dr. York was an unknown figure. It wasn't like our move from Catskill Mountains to Eatonton, Georgia, was a silent move. It was, Dr. York had spoke about it. It happened. The purchase of the land was made through a regular land purchase. There was a bank account. There was a mortgage on the property.
Right.
So it wasn't a secretive move. And as soon as Dr. York got down there, from when I moved there, like I said, he moved there a few months before I moved on to Tamarack. He was always around. He was always, it was very, there were so many people who could probably attest to the fact that they used to see Dr. York was walking around, and he loved the freeness of being in a southern town and is over the age, unable to move around like that in New York City, and then Catskill was so cold. He enjoyed just being able to get out, him, his wife, sometimes his best friend, just walking around the record shop, walking around Walmart. I remember the first time Pops came and was like, yo, I found this spot called Walmart. I know you couldn't believe it. Yo, he just he never heard of Walmart. It was something that simple. Or, you know, so it was just a merging of coming down and enjoying what we hope Southern hospitality would be, you know, on our tribal land where we met up. You know,
the other thing you said, before we get into, because when you started to mention about attending, you know, to make sure that, you know, before they got into the kind of like building violations and all that kind of accusation, you said that Dr. York was about building and bringing this positivity to not just Sabians but to the world, and doing such a beautiful thing. Why is that seen as a bad thing by those who oppose them? And if it's something that's positive for the community, for the whole world, for not just black people, what is it that, you know, made, you know, his adversaries feel that there was something, you know, negative about that? That seemed like a very positive thing.
Well, it's not just Dr. York. If you look at the history of African American leadership here in America, it's something that's always been targeted.
Right.
Back to slavery times, you know, those who were free, who were trying to end slavery and eradicate that institution. Go on from there after slavery, every leader who was trying to wake African Americans, black people, whatever you want to call us, up to the knowledge of self, and doing for self and creating their own, was always persecuted. This is a whole litany of individuals out of towns that we started, Tulsa, Oklahoma, throughout all the other ones that don't get the same recognition as Black Wall Street. They were all burnt down and persecuted and tried to stop any organization of African Americans coming together and doing for self. So when we as Nuwapians were trying to do that in Georgia, and those who are in power saw that growth that we were having, and not just physical growth in buildings, but political growth that we were attaining as well. I'm going to fast forward real quick, because we're going to tie into a little bit what you asked. We had, as everybody pretty much knows, 476 acres in Eatonton, Georgia, that we own. All right. We also owned a lodge, or we were converted to a lodge in Athens, Georgia, we would attempt to put a second floor on that for the lodge. We had a grand lodge we're building in, and we also were in the process of getting a clinic. All right, we had one of our Shriners, may rest in peace, Brother Dr. Alcuna. He was working on the cure for sickle cell, and our Shriner organization was attempting to buy a clinic over there. Allow him to work there as well as help the surrounding individuals. So our Shriner was going to buy a clinic in Athens, Georgia, along with having our lodge in Athens, Georgia. And then we still going to clinic, we're still doing Africa now. But we were doing that in Athens, Georgia. In Macon, Georgia, we were attempting to buy an El Siha Mahdi temple, and as you'll see that a lot of the back of the books. Also, we were buying a church for our Egyptian Church of EMPRESS, which had a school attached to it for our Amun-Ra Institute. So Dr. York was creating a triad city. So when you visit, you just don't come to Tamaray and Eaton, you go to Macon to visit the shrine and the church and the school, and you visit Athens, you go to Lodge, or you go to the clinic, you know, and these were all building points. And there was a lot of plans we had for Eaton, Georgia. We had already had I think it was 400 by 400 asylum. We wanted to create an auditorium, which also had a skating rink on it. We had plans to blow out the lake and make a journey along the Nile where you can go from one side to the land, down the boat ride, and we would construct the temples along that route. We had a museum out there, cultural center. We were building different sites. So if you were a Christian, you could come to Tamaray, visit, sit down. If you wanted to worship, go worship there. If you were Muslim, we had a mosque for you there. We were building sites for different religions because we were about unity. We wanted to create an environment. You come out there, safe environment, peaceful environment. You learn. If you want to step off and pray to your God and your deity, we didn't mind them because we were like, we all family. Regardless of what you do, we want you to come out here and feel safe as well. We had
So there was major plans, really. I mean, for those who visited Tamaray, you remember the deities along the path. Obviously, when coming through the pylon, you had the different sites, which, if you can remember all of them, the communication with the deity site. You had obviously you had the Ma'at at the top. You had the pyramids, the shopping mall. Even the train for the kids, for the children. Yeah, I remember. So already that was, even just that aspect of Tamaray was already drawing a lot of attention in terms of a tourist attraction. But all these other things you're also mentioning, wow, that was...
What we had on Tamaray, what people saw was maybe less than a quarter of what we would have had if they hadn't stopped us. Then, not even talking about 22 years since then, but at the time, what people saw was only a quarter of what we were trying to do and the scale in which we were trying to go.
Right.
You know, what they feared is something like this. As I spoke about earlier, that the different vendors would come out. In our first Savings Day, we were getting letters from Coca-Cola for sponsorship. Howard Johnson has sent a letter. It's a potential place to put a hotel because they saw not just Tamaray, but also the Lake Oconee area and that tourist attraction that could have been out there. So Dr. York though would think, okay, they sent us a letter for a hotel. What does that tell you all? You get Howard Johnson here. No, you don't put Howard Johnson out here. You build your own hotel.
Right.
It's like that. Like, we were seeing the potential, and what they feared was we could have got a certain amount of land and annexed from Eaton. They had built our own town. They just did it near me, where a town, Latonia, and Little Park broke off.
Right.
Stone Mountain. That's what you can do if you acquire a certain amount of land. And they feared us doing that. Then we would have created our own community on our own tribal land. We would have had our own regulations, things like that. And they didn't want that opposition. Again, whenever we see black people trying to build their own, and Dr. York was always talking about building your own, controlling your own destiny. We see conversations about, okay, who's going to make the toilet paper? You know what I mean? Those things that we usually don't think about until like COVID hit and the toilet paper got scarce and somebody said, actually, that's in some toilet paper. Look, the master was having us think like that. You know what I mean? Who's going to put this? Who's going to have the socks? Look, you know, who's going to be the company to get the water from the ground and build a well? We need to start doing these different things so we control all points of our destiny. And that's what we were working on. And again, they feel that. And if you look at some of the, they're still floating around some of the later publications we put out, whether it was our Shrine organization, whether it was our daily news, we have a little newspaper out there, and you'll see Dr. York with prominent members of the community in Athens, Georgia, with the Department of, I think it was the Secretary of Labor in Georgia, the police chief in Athens, Georgia, the sheriff in Athens, Georgia. You'll see.
Yeah, I remember he was voted one of like the top influential personalities in Georgia at one point, which was also in the publication. But you touched on a very, very pertinent point, which was about the fear of the political power that we as Martin would have had if we had more land and more citizens, if you can use that term. And I also know, before we get into all like the so-called building violations and sheriff seals and all that stuff, Reynolds Plantation were also a factor, isn't it? Because they were afraid that this would kind of disrupt what they had in terms of their plans for the future. Because obviously Dr. York was creating like I guess you could call it a competitive competition to Disney World as well, because that was just down the road. So I want you to touch on that a little bit if you can.
Yes, what happens is even in Georgia, like a lot of small towns in Georgia, is controlled by old money. And that old money goes back for sometimes hundreds of years. And they have a tight grip on their community, not just the blacks in the community, but the whites as well. Sometimes it's run by older families. You mentioned the Reynolds Plantation. And you also have, very close to where we were at, they were also building up the Lake Coney. And they were making a push to build that up as well. So we were like a competing entity for that. And they didn't want to have that competing entity in what they were building out there as well.
Right.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing? I'm sorry.
And also, quite frankly, people aren't comfortable with black people becoming aware of who and what they are and the powers that they have. And especially if no one has ever lived in a small town, a rural small town, especially in the South, Deep South, you'll see that the mentality that these people have against black people, and they still want us to be subservient. And we try to integrate into them, integrate and help out. We weren't subservient. And then you listeners weren't going to have it. If you told us no at a board meeting, we want to know why you told us no. We want to go into the law books to see what is your legal reason for telling us no. We want to cover that. And if you say it, you got to fix it. We'll come back the next week and we'll be on it. And we were that type of people. Like we didn't believe in taking no for an answer if it was not a legitimate. Most of the responses they gave to us weren't legitimate.
Right.
Fear and out of jealousy and out of us controlling our own destiny. We used to see it all the time with people that couldn't believe our audacity, as they said, to do the things we were trying to do.
But given the history of the Deep South with the whole civil rights movement and things like that, why there? Why Eastern? Why Deep South, where we have the history of these people, as you say, looking at us as subservient to them and just like not going to be very embracing and welcoming? Why Eastern? Why that spot of all the places we could have gone to?
For one, we own it all. We can go wherever we want.
Sure.
We don't need an excuse or a reason to go anywhere we want to go. Two, it's our tribal land. Our ancestors occupied that land. So it was us reclaiming our tribal land. And that was actually to jump forward a little bit, that was actually the quote unquote beat that started all of it. Seals. Tamaray, the entrance off the highway, there was actually 3 entrances to the lane. There was a far one that we created and gated, it was a back road. There was another one that was further up the road, actually if you're coming from Atlanta, there was another one that people...
So when you're coming from Atlanta on Shadydale Road?
Correct, you come from Atlanta, Shadydale Road, before you got to the power line, there was another entrance that most people didn't even know existed, because it was hidden back there, all right? Then, if you pass by it, you get to the power line, all right, which was not a gated entrance, as everybody like to say, it was a gated community. There was no gate on the power line, you could ride right through it if you wanted to.
That's right.
There was someone there, security, to stop you, or to question who you were, but it was not a gated community whatsoever. It was wide open. It was a large power line of construction. So, but what happened is that when we went to building and zoning with our plans of what we were going to do, Sheriff Seals has stated that he wanted a public access road onto the property. If we're going to build all these structures and living homes, that the road should be public, which is normally what happens if you build a community, right? You would have public access roads. But as we explained many times, it was not a public community. It was a family. We had a large family. Right. So we did not agree with having a public access road, which would have given anyone just to really come up on our land. It was like, nah. And that was the original beef that started it all.
Right.
But he wanted access to our land. Now, prior to him, I want to make a point real quick.
Sure.
Prior to him, it was a sheriff named G. Russo. He wound up going to jail for doing some wrongdoing. But again, to speak about this, us being on the run, or Dr. hiding from an indictment, and us being secluded. There was an incident where a mother of someone, a sister who lived on the land, who was a stranger, went to the sheriff and asked, like, yo, I can't find my daughter. First thing the sheriff, Eugene Russo, sheriff, this is around 94, 95.
Right.
Comes up to Tamaray, which we didn't call it Tamaray at the time. Comes up to Tamaray with his deputies, with his mother. First thing Dr. York does on the radio, who's that? Boom, boom. Tell him to come on down. Dr. York invited the sheriff, the mother, the deputies, and allowed them to go in any structure they wanted to go to on Tamaray. Nothing to hide. They went in house, walked around, sheriff, it's your daughter, get it. They united, went out, her, the husband, the mother, sister, went out and eat. Sheriff like, yo, ain't nothing out here. Another incident, right, 96, right before the 96 Olympics, when they were investigating any organization when they felt might be a threat. The FBI came to Tamaray unannounced to check on us as an organization and to speak to Dr. York. Dr. York willingly went to the FBI headquarters in Atlanta, did one of that lie detector test.
Right.
The first one came back inconclusive. He went back the next day with his attorney, Leroy Johnson, the late Leroy Johnson, did another one willingly. Right. So if there was an investigation into him or indictment that he was running from,
great point.
He allowed these law enforcement people into his house, onto our land. Why would he go with the FBI willingly take tests, introduce himself? Hey, y'all can need anything, contact me. There was tapes where he would, if y'all do anything wrong, I know the FBI, I'll personally go tell him you're not going to destroy his organization. There were always signs that Dr. York never was trying to run from anything.
Right.
The land was always open. We found people were always allowed on it. We had nothing to hide because everything we were doing was above ground. We weren't doing anything illegal. And these were just different instances of explaining to show that people forget about it. And they later on say, well, y'all was, out there hiding. What's there to hide from? Right. Pyramids to hide.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't make yourself you don't write a book, Man for Planet Risk to hide.
Right.
You know, so we definitely want to hide it from anything, especially Dr. York.
Hi, I'm Sally, your local Houston banker, now proudly wearing green. Welcome to Huntington Bank.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Repair. A broken windshield shouldn't wreck your schedule. With Safe Light, it doesn't have to. We'll come to you for free, wherever it works for you, so you're able to do your own thing, whatever that is. Safe Light's complete mobile service can repair, replace, and recalibrate, even in your driveway. It's your windshield. Get it fixed your way at Safe Light. For free mobile service, go to safelight.com.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Okay, yeah, so it was, even though Deep South had this history of, you know, the slavery and the good old boy network and, you know, like not really liking, quote unquote, black people to be progressive, Dr. York didn't really find any of that, you know, like a hindrance. He just wanted to be who he is and get along with everybody and didn't really take on the racism in that way, like a hindrance to do what he wanted us to do. Yeah. All right. So, yeah. Go ahead. I want you to be. You know, that's anything you want to talk about. So, how did we get into the yeah? You said the initial issue was about having a public road or public access to the land, which doesn't make sense because it's private land, right? You know. So, yeah, that didn't seem like an unreasonable thing for you to object to. So, what happened from there?
Yeah. And Sheriff Richard Howard Richard Seals came along. Prior to him, the sheriff, T. Rooster, one that came out, really didn't play a part in anything. He was the sheriff doing his own dirt. He didn't really mess with us at all. All right. We ran a few things with the deputies. If any, you know, you come to a small town, they're gonna start questioning you. That's without a shadow of a doubt. Yeah. Because it's an unfamiliar face. But we didn't really have any problems with that particular sheriff. Our main problem was with building and zoning at the time, which would continually deny our requests. And one of the reasons why we were trying to acquire more land to annex and create our own community, because they were consistently basing their decisions on our building as if we were in the town of East. For example, we wanted to create a museum. They said we don't have that on our zoning record, on our zoning book. You follow? When they would do, you know, you do traffic tests and things like that about how much traffic is going to come onto the land, and you have to do, you know, they do the land sampling and all the different things you would do to build a community. They would use the guidelines for Eatonton, Georgia, for us out in the country.
So can you just explain for obviously people in the UK and other listeners, like when you say Eatonton, so Putnam County is separate from Eatonton?
Correct. Yes. Putnam County.
Right.
Eatonton was within Putnam County, but Eatonton was very small. Putnam County is rather large. There's a lot of counties here in Georgia, but Putnam County was kind of large compared to Eatonton itself, just the city limits, town limits.
Right.
Town limits.
So when you go to get these permits, you'll go into Eatonton or to Putnam County?
We go to Eatonton to get the permits, and we would have to go before the building zoning board, things like that. But they would continually deny us based on the building and zoning requirements for the town.
Right.
So they would tell us revise this, revise that, change this, change that. They would work with us to a small degree, but then when we keep coming back, there would be more and more problems, There was also a problem with us. There's a lot of there was a big prefabricated home company, Horton Homes, which is getting that old money in Eaton, Georgia. We didn't want to get our homes from Horton Homes. We got a better deal, and they said at one of the board meetings, the courtroom was, I don't believe 7 of the board was close ties to it. They will deny everything simply because they're looking at it, okay, if they get 100 homes, I can't get a piece of that. I'll allow you to get a permit. It was things like that. Like I said, again, dealing with old money.
Right. And one of the things they use when they try to come at us negatively is that, oh, you know, there were no houses on the land, it's just a few trailers and stuff like that. But of course, the trailers were just temporary until the houses could be built. Correct? Right.
Correct.
And without the permits, for the zoning, permits, you can't build the houses. So it's almost like, yeah, okay, go ahead.
And I want to address that for a quick minute. Because a lot of our buildings was held back for years. So that, for one, there's this misconception, again, with the media, people don't know. Like Tamaray was, there's hundreds of people there. Usually on Tamaray, there was no more than 60, 70 male and female adults up there. It was a very, very small community, especially when compared to our worldwide body of, members.
Right.
Like they try to confine Milwaukeeans to Tamaray. And like I said, it was 60 or 70 of us at the most. Sometimes when I moved on Tamaray, it was about 20 of us there. So the housing, because of the issue with the housing and not getting approved over and over and over again, it kept the numbers very small. Now, the one thing about Tamaray, unequivocally, 100%, the easiest thing to do on Tamaray was to leave. Nobody kept you from leaving Tamaray. If you decided to move up there, you already knew what you were moving into. You already knew it was going to be certain struggles, because we were trying to build a nation here. We were trying to build a tribe up. There were certain things that I'll speak for myself, certain things that I gave up, certain comforts, because the children were safe. And I saw the future.
Right.
So when you were moving on Tamaray, if you moved up there, all right, if you didn't like it, you just simply left. There was nobody to report to. There was nobody to ask for permission from. There was nobody stopping you. There was no guards. It was anything. If you didn't like their experience, and some people didn't. Some people left. Listen, I'm going to open up a bookstore here. Some people left. They stood around. Hey, I loved it. I couldn't troop it on Tamaray. Fine. There's brothers that I know that I never had a beef with if you decide to leave. But again, it was the easiest thing in the world to do. There was nobody forcing anybody to stay on Tamaray. Unless you were a minor and your parents were there. And there are stories about children running away. If a child runs away and they're underage, you have to bring them back to their parents. They didn't run away from abuse out in Europe. Sometimes you get frustrated. You follow what I mean? But it happens very few. But I want to make that point because
it's a very important point, because when they try to paint this picture of, there were children and people held against their will and they couldn't leave. And my experience with Tamaray, like you say, there was never a gate. There was obviously security just to make sure that people weren't coming in with anything that's going to harm anybody. But you're right. I mean, so they paint this picture to try and tie into other communities, predominantly Christian communities like David Koresh and all these just Heaven's Gate and these other communities that they want to say they got together to commit suicide, and this is what they try to say, that the dangers of people in Tamaray coming together in a gated community to quote unquote commit suicide. So it's very important what you were saying.
They say we commit suicide. The next minute they say we bought guns.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't make sense. None of this stuff made sense. It doesn't make sense today. But with any organization, you have people who don't like it. People who find a new calling in life. And I always tell people, anybody who ever asks me, should they leave or not? I say yes. Follow your heart's desire. What do we want someone around who doesn't like it? If you want to go back or start going to church, hey, go to church. My relatives go to church. You follow me? If that's what you want to do, if you want to go back and join Islam, please do. That might be what your soul desires or needs at this moment.
Right.
Anything else, don't do that. It was never an issue of anyone trying to go follow their heart's desires if that didn't include living on Tamarack. Some people just weren't built for it. You know what I mean? It was work. It was a lot of work. But if you like to work, if you like the protection of your children, if you like to try to build your own farming system, if you like, things like that excited me. In the future, to create an environment where my children can grow up learning their own language, learning their own culture, not being spoiled by all these, things that you see going on now. Right. You know what I mean? So it was something, again, where it was voluntary, and a lot of people who wanted to move on Tamarack, they asked the brothers, no, it was never Dr. York's decision only, if you can move up on Tamarack or not. You consistently, hey, I'm gonna live with you. Ask the guys over there, and we confer with us. I can't speak for the sisters now. They moved up there, but again, it was a very small community. The vast majority of the work that was done in building Tamarack was done by volunteers, brothers and sisters who came. Some would spend their vacations to come to Tamarack and help out working. Some who moved close and eat in the surrounding communities, and they would come and spend their time. They get off work, come help out. Some retired. They would be up there frequently helping out. Sometimes people would just come. They didn't want to help out. They just want to enjoy it. They would come. Yeah, I remember before I moved to Egypt, and I remember like every Saviour's Day, we used to, brothers from the UK, we would come up there and help and work and build. And yeah, we would stay in Lillidsville and all the surrounding areas. And it's interesting you're saying about the fear of the economy, because we actually brought a lot of money to that area, because when we came, we would hire hotels, hire cars, we'd be going out to eat, we'd go to Ingles and go to like Captain D's and all the places in Middlesbrough. So we would be coming with a lot of, UK pounds, and they were worth a lot back then. And that's just the UK, but on Tamarack you saw people from, like you say, all walks of life, all races, from different places, because you meet people with different accents on the land, and people be coming from, like you say, everywhere. So to paint a picture of Nuwapians just being on the land, like that's where all the Nuwapians was forced, because we know that every Saviour's Day more and more people were coming, and we would meet people and make friends with people from all parts of the world. Yeah, with people coming from all over the world, getting assistance, helping out, enjoying themselves, and as well as Tamarack, we used to every day, and usually around maybe 9, 10 o'clock. Now we all walk together, and people walk and exercise. After that, until usually when the sun appeared to set, nighttime, Tamarack was open. People would constantly come by. Hey, what's this? Hey, go ahead and take a look for yourself. Can I get out? Yeah, just don't go live in the house. Go to the park with the children there. Go ahead, walk around. Talk to anybody. We were consistently allowing people to come into Tamarack to visit, talk with us, get to know who we are, look around, take pictures. If you want to come back, bring your family, come back, bring your family. That's not the sign of a cult that's hiding these deep secrets. That's not a sign of someone who's afraid of scrutiny. You know what I mean? Sure. We had classes every weekend, whether it was a temple or outside when the weather was warm. You would see children out playing. Yeah, by the beach area. Yeah. Oftentimes, Doc would pop up, teach class, take pictures with people, and these are people he didn't know. Not only that, he just willingly, hey, let me get to know you. Family members would come up. My family came up, others' families came up to visit. So again, I'm trying to drive that point. Right. It was not a closed cult land. It was a land, our tribal land, that we invited people up, and we sought to build up for our own tribal purposes, to be individuals who took care of self and kind in a peaceful time. There's so much we can talk about, but let's get into
like you say, the build-up from the building violations and going back and forth with the sheriff to some of the great moments, because you had, as you said, many people out of Sharpton and many people, you know, the music industry, a lot of people came on the land. And then let's get into, you know, this kind of false narrative that is being pushed about Tamare and of course about
like I was saying earlier about all the different works we would create, and it was a gradual building, and we were being taught how to do it ourselves. All right, many of the later structures, Doc would come to us and say, "What do y'all think about this? Draw this up, design this." So a lot of the structures later we were designing ourselves. Of course, Dr. York always has input, you know, into what we were doing, because he was so concerned with, you know, the land and building an environment that would be conducive for families and things like that. And again, they saw that growth we had, as well as especially the political growth that we had. We saw, like, you know, Jesse Jackson came out there, Al Sharpton came out, the mayor of Macon. You see him with the feds. And, the mayor of Albany, Georgia, gave us a proclamation in Rockwood that the leader of, at the time, the head of Gabio, which is the Georgia Black elected official, their organization, Tyrone Brooks, Representative Tyrone Brooks, he was coming out there, hanging out on the land. Abel Maiden, she was another one of the politicians from Atlanta who would come out there and politic with us. So we were starting to gain a lot of political contacts. You know, and one of the things that they feared is that black vote. And more of us were moving to Eatonton. I say, they said we can't move to on the land town. We'll move to Eatonton itself until we can move up there. And right. And they saw that the growth we had, the growth we were attaining. You had Wesley Snipes, who was attempted to buy right next door to Town Red, about 150 acre plot of land, our next door neighbors, and they were selling it. And Wesley Snipes was attempted to buy it. He was going to put on Amin Ra security training school right next to our land.
Yeah, I remember that, and they tried to tie into us saying that, tie into what you said about the false allegations of building weapons and that, you know, that's what that was all about. And then not long after that, Wesley started having troubles with tax evasion and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Right. And he didn't buy it, to my knowledge. I don't have the inner workings of it, but they denied the permits for it. You know, he wanted to obtain the permits for the facility for purchasing the land, because you know, these were personal land, couldn't go money, and that was denied. So it was so many things that they were denying in Eatonton, and then we started shining a light on it, shining a light on the local attorney, the town attorney, building zoning, but yet building inspector didn't know anything about building. There was no qualifications to become an inspector, so we got in and made a fuss about it.
Right.
They later changed that. You had Sheriff Seals coming out there in his capacity as a code building inspector, you know, checking buildings out, things like that.
Yeah, and he's a sheriff, not a building.
Yeah, he's a sheriff. He know nothing about building. I think there was a lot of things they were trying to stop. And that was our major battle until, you know, the raid happened.
As far as you're talking about building, although people tried to trivialize the pyramids, right, the Black Pyramid, the Mir, that was a very significant building. And even though, in comparison to the ones in Giza that our ancestors built before, it's still not a very easy thing to build pyramids, right? Because you said Dr. York would, you know, kind of say, yeah, what you all want, design it, build it. So how were the pyramids built? Because it's not an easy thing to do.
It's a mystery. I can tell you, when the architects and engineers came in to sign off on the Black Pyramid, they were made at the level of carpentry that had built the Black Mir. Right. And there supposed to actually be another one, a third one, bigger than the black men. But we didn't get a chance to build out. They cleared out the site for the first.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Right. And for anyone who trivializes, because I've heard it before, like, you know, any attempt to try to compare what we did to what our ancestors did in Egypt, you sound stupid when you even trying to compare it.
Mm.
You follow? But we would say is bring the likeness of what you do. You follow? If you've been studying Egypt for all these years, and as we progress in our information and our doctrine, and as Dr. York always taught, start living what you're speaking, you start building a replica of Egypt. Okay, what if all these other people who study Egypt, what have you built? Don't compare it to ancient Tamari or Kemet. I mean, what have you built here in America with your hands? You follow what I mean? So these were, when I'm personal, I like to personalize. When I started carving structures on Tamarin, I didn't compare the bird I did that was a replica of Edfu to Edfu. I knew my ancestors and what they created. But the fact is, I had never created anything of that magnitude. It was a progression. You follow? So Dr. York was bringing talents out of us that we didn't know we had. When the brothers, particularly the brother named Califoot, who was the head engineer for the Black Mirror, when he went on about building it, we didn't have any idea, and he didn't have any idea how he was going to get it done. This complex pyramid. He created a pyramid without an internal structure, even by wood itself. We really supposed to be glass, but we had a person who did glass work, but the amount of insurance to have it in glass and have people in it was astronomical. So we changed it from glass to the wood with the stone outside.
Right.
But when he did it, it was a genius in architectural engineering. He had never done anything like that before. But we made it happen. You follow? So we looked at it from going from zero and how far we went in building, not comparing it to ancient Egypt, or ancient Kemet, or ancient Kush, and what they built, which would be asinine to try to do. We built what we were able to build here in America, starting from scratch, which, if you look at it from the point where we started studying ancient Egypt, and we named the land Tamarin until we built it. It was wonderful, and people loved it. Right. And I'll tell you a story, because originally, after we had built the temple, Imhotep Temple, which at the time wasn't called Imhotep Temple yet, it was just a replica of Solomon's Temple. And Dr. York had invited, in the office, builders, the same ones who built Egypt and Disney World, the Tamarin. And Pops would tell him, like, y'all can't, we need somebody, some real builders come out here and do this. And of course, we was butthurt over it. Like, man, you know, we got that guy walking around Tamarin, they got their blueprints, they talking, and, you know, they came back with a figure. Like, you see them walking around taking pictures and stuff. And they came back with a figure and a blueprint. It was something like 5 million, something like that. You want to do it with the, well, first it was just a one long strip with structures on both sides. And we had Pops was all, I had a meeting with Pops, impromptu meeting actually. And all the brothers were there, and Pops showing us, and we all, man, and these guys look at this. And Pops looked at us, and he was like, y'all think y'all can do it? We all emphatically, yes. I didn't know nothing about building Egyptian structure whatsoever. And we went to work. You know what I mean? Us, a group of builders who used to building houses, and you know, we built certain structures, but nothing of that magnitude which we were doing. And looking at it from that angle, I'm very proud of the efforts the brothers and sisters put in to making that happen. An all-around group effort to make something like that happen. And again, so compare it to what they did in Egypt was ridiculous. But it was still us tapping into our ancestors and what they did and what they made happen. And it was a signal to our younger generations, like, look, you put the work in and utilize the power of your ancestors. And that's the first time when Dr. York started introducing to us calling your ancestors, when we started building Tamarin. And we tap into that force, There's nothing that can stop you. You know what I mean? Like, Dr. York used to do a lot of things as an inspiration for the younger generation to take it and do bigger and greater things.
Yeah.
Like, let's not rest on what we did here in building Town Rain. Go build a stone. You know what I mean? Get the children in the architect school and engineering school so they have the trades and the ability, and then bring what your ancestors did up to modern times.
Right.
That you know, that DNA explosion to build these things. So it was a spark. Temporary was a spark. It wasn't meant. That wasn't the final destination of what we had Temporary to be. And it was so much.
It was beautiful, beautiful. I mean, anyone who ever went on Temporary would, attest to that. It was amazing. But right, so how did we go? I mean, obviously, some permits were awarded or given because a lot of building did take place. And then how did we get into the troubles, to take it to where we are today, as you say, 20 years down the line with a master being incarcerated from such a great beginning of a vision of, like bringing that peace, harmony, to building a Tamarack and just giving people that motivation to be able to do anything they want to do,
Yeah. Well, Skip, I don't want I could be here all day giving every little detail.
Yeah.
What we were going through again was a lot of frustration dealing with the Eaton, town of Eaton. We were getting certain things passed. And like I said, what you see on Town Rain is about 25% of what we tried to put in. Matter of fact, less than 25% of what we were trying to do on Town Rain. And as we progressed, Dr. York actually moved to Athens, and the land was deeded to 7 individuals who have been within the community for years. So Dr. York no longer owned the land. He literally moved to Athens, Georgia, had a house in Athens, Georgia, where he was working from. He would visit sometimes, but it was at a certain point, we didn't see Dr. for weeks or even months. He would be gone from Tamarack. And what happened is, you had disgruntled members who eventually left and helped destroy us from the outside because there was nothing on the inside that they could do to, nothing from the outside that could affect us. Because everything we were doing was legitimate. All right?
Right.
There were certain things, points I wanted to make. If you go back, and it's important too, go back, start looking at certain individuals that started posting things online. If you go back to a lot of the original conversations when the raid happened, all right? One thing Sheriff Harold Richard Seals had said was that almost 2 years prior to the raid, he had what he thought was credible information from ex-members that molestation was happening on the lane, all right? Now, the key point is, if any individual, especially someone in law enforcement,
Welcome to Huntington Bank, Houston. We're all about solutions to get you from that long meeting to that lush fairway. Because you don't need promises. You need the solutions.
People like me to back it up.
Huntington Bank.
At Strayer, you can earn your degree affordably with access to up to 10 no-cost gen ed courses.
Control the chaos. Secure every identity. I-0 by Palo Alto Networks.
Now at Jimmy John's, for just $5.99, you can get a Vito, Turkey Tom, or the Pepe. An 8-inch sandwich for $5.99.
Dreams or destination?
has credible information, or even if it's a small bit of information, that there is molestation going on in any home in America, any school in America, any church in America, the easiest thing they can do is report that to DFACS or DIFAS, the Department of Family and Human Services. And DFACS has the power to go to any home in America without a warrant, knock on that door and say, I need to talk to that child and investigate this credible information about abuse. That's it. Right. Whipping a child, if a child cries, anything, whether it's medical personnel, school personnel, religious personnel, especially law enforcement personnel, you go right to DFACS and report a belief that there is abuse going on in any home. Now, for 2 years, Sheriff Richard Seals sat on this information doing a quote-unquote investigation. That means for 2 years you allowed children, according to you, to me in the way of a
endangered,
terms, a person you said was running guns, a person you said was creating a doomsday cult, a person you was going back and forth with the media, you was coming out there religiously to check on the buildings as you were a quote-unquote building inspector. You were doing all this, yet still you wouldn't report what could have shut Tamarack down 2 years prior to the raid, and DFAS did not come to the raid to the land to the day of the raid. You follow?
So where's the priorities? Yeah, right there.
So it was never about letting children get molested. You follow? And like I said earlier, I don't take molestation serious. I mean, I don't take molestation jokingly. But there was never any molestation on that land that occurred. There was never any word of that. There was never any inclination on it. The only one who heard about it through rumor was Nicole Lopez, who was in the trial. But I don't want to go into that too far into that.
Yeah.
Still doing some other things. But there was never any talk of molestation whatsoever on Tamarack. You follow me? What happened was, again, disgruntled people were on the outside. And I want to make another point, because it came up in a few of the court cases. And every black organization, every single one you can think of, there was always informants in that organization. In our organization, there were informants who lived on Tamarack. But you don't see any eyewitness or any information from any informants who live on the land about molestation or anything illegal happening on the land.
That's interesting. Yeah.
I mean, because it would have been very simple, and then you see that throughout most organizations about infiltration from government officials onto organizations, black organizations, that's going to approach and not die with J. Edgar Hoover. You'll never see anything from anyone who lived on Tamarack in that manner. And they were upstate, they were in Brooklyn, they were all over, about Dr. York doing anything illegal to anyone. Again, they had to wait for this disgruntled ex-member to come out and help build a case against Dr. York. There was never any of that information. So while we were trying to build, like I said, Dr. York had moved to Athens, Georgia. You follow? When they arrested him in Millersville, Georgia, he came to Tamarack to visit. Like his house in Athens also got raided. But he was in town visiting and they got him in.
So that 2 years that Sheriff Sills apparently was in doing an investigation where somebody had apparently come to him to mention this child molestation thing. What evidence did he actually produce from that investigation when it went to trial? Exactly.
To this day, there's no evidence whatsoever of child molestation by anybody in Tamarack, especially Dr. York. There's no DNA evidence, there's no video evidence, there's no photo evidence. In actuality, Dr. York won the child molestation case, which was in family court. He won that. And then, after that, a lot of people talk about this so-called confessional that Dr. York did, a plea deal. If you think about it, and need people to think for a minute.
Yeah, the plea deal is something that, if you can bring some clarity to, because people always talk about the plea.
Right?
Yeah.
You have an individual which you say is the worst pedophile in history. You say is hoarding guns. You say has a cult on the land. You have countless witnesses, as you say, that you're going to produce to convict this man. You have DNA evidence, you say. You say you have video evidence. You say you have an unlosable case against this man to put him away forever. Yet still, you offer him a 12-year plea deal. Which he would have got out in 8 years?
Makes no sense.
Makes no sense whatsoever. Which is why the state case was docketed and the feds picked it up. Because Dr. York had already won the family case, which is sealed, even the children who were involved in it. When you have a family case for minors, even if the minor becomes an adult, they can't go get that information. That is sealed. Those were the children who were taken that day to DFAS. Dr. York won that case, which is why it never gets brought up what happened to those children in that case. Then it proceeded to the state.
But sorry, even then, they say they call them children, but they were like, I mean, what is considered a child in terms of their age?
Well, there were 5 individuals who were taken that day of the raid who were underage. During the federal trial, the vast majority of them were above age.
Right.
And then out of the alleged victims, I believe 9 of them never were even contacted by the first prosecution. They were just thrown in an indictment and they could found.
Right.
But they offered Dr. York a plea deal which made no sense whatsoever if you look at it from that context. You follow? And again, that's when the feds picked it up after that. And they had the indictment, and they had the, what do you call it, superseding indictment, which contained information in it, which basically said that all of us were under a spell of Dr. York. So when we got to court, they utilized that when you can't believe these adults because they're under this spell, which nullified our testimony.
Another thing, a very important point, people, when they talk about the case, when it got to federal, they still bring the things that were prior to it going to federal that had already been dropped or weren't a part of the federal case.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying? So people think that a lot of the charges that he already, as you said, defeated or beat were part of the federal case when they were not.
Correct. It was not a part of the federal case whatsoever. They convicted Dr. York of the Mann Act. And if you know anything about the Mann Act, which was originally created to bring prosecutors across state lines, which made it federal, that's what they utilized for Jack Johnson, the heavyweight champion, the Mann Act. The Mann Act is for the purpose of sex, unlawful sex. Crossing state lines for the purpose of unlawful sex. I'll give you an example. If an individual was in Georgia, and they met someone online in Alabama, next state over, and went to Alabama, picked up this individual and brought him across state lines to Georgia. Even if they said they kind of changed their heart and said, you know what, they don't want to do this, and brought him back home, they would still get charged with the Mann Act because the purpose of moving that individual from one state to the next state, the purpose is the violation of the Mann Act, not the act itself. So even if you did something when you moved them, that would be a state act.
Right.
But the actual transportation and the purpose of it would be a violation of the Mann Act. So what they did was, in the superseding indictment, they said that the purpose for Dr. York's purpose in Tamarang was to take individuals from New York to Tamarang for the purpose of illicit sex. That was why the whole land was purchased. So then that tied into why they tried to strip the land and who was on it, and made the land synonymous with the Wapians, because they wanted to create an illusion that Dr. York had purchased his land to exclude these individuals to do these unlawful acts.
Right.
So if you say it's a worldwide organization that people all over the world, all races are coming and visiting this land, and you're building all these structures for others, because you don't utilize them. Dr. York is building all these structures for everyone else. And people are coming here daily to visit the land, and staying on the land, enjoying the land. And it destroys the narrative that he bought the land for the purpose of illegal sex, which is asinine. To say you bought 476 acres and build pyramids on it so you can hide your illicit acts.
It makes no sense. Of course, that was so they could tie it into RICO, right?
Correct.
But even with the RICO,
are we open to alternative footwear for people like these, perhaps?
Silence!
Think about it.
No!
For skin that feels like Velcro, get results with Ocu's hard-working body lotion. Hey, look at you! Floors by day, student by night. PT by dawn, Dean Flirts by dusk. Always powered by Penn State World Campus. With more than 175 in-demand programs, Penn State World Campus delivers on your time.
I'm over here to stop it. If you're not crying about your business, are you doing it right? This is my first time running a business at this scale. My accounting software is the...
Which is it helped with the RICO, because the RICO umbrella that everything was under. So if you say there's the Mann Act violation, there's racketeering, and this organization was created for this purpose. Then you can say the RICO Act. And what they did was, because you have to have a criminal organization. You can't have a criminal organization with one person.
This is what I was just about to say, yeah, like, it doesn't make sense.
200 Jane and John Does on the indictment. Because Dr. York was accused along with 100 John Does and 100 Jane Does with the RICO Act.
But then only he's the only one that is
prosecuted.
That makes no sense either for RICO.
No whatsoever.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's like having such a beautiful land for a completely different purpose, and then to be given this narrative just so that they can put him away, when the real reasons behind it is to stop the progressiveness of not just black people or African Americans, but the entire world. Who would want to do such a thing, you know?
That's a doctrine class right there.
That's what we do in America.
America. This game, we'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I mean, we know.
That's not against flesh and blood, but principalities and high places. So it's an ongoing war going on, not just here in Georgia, United States, globally.
Yeah. I mean, share whatever else you want to share regarding Tamaray and the land and your experience there. But obviously, like you said at the beginning, what do we take from where we are? Like, we obviously want Pops home, we want Dr. York home. So what is it that we can let people know or that we can do? Because really, that's what really matters now. We can talk about the historical things, and obviously we're dispersed now and trying to rebuild and come together, and we really need Pops home, right? We really need the master teacher home. So if you can talk a little bit on that as well.
Okay. One thing I would say, like I said, we definitely want, our teacher home, number one, because he's innocent. And what Dr. York used to always speak about was us taking this information and it transforming it to do similar works. You follow me? This doctrine, information was meant to wake us up and give us an insight of what we can all do. And I see many students, some who acknowledge it, some who don't, who are going on and are still building. So my thing would be, if Dr. York touched you in any way, take what that is, in whichever way you were touched, and inspired by Dr. York, and you continue to build on it, but do it together. They so many times want to split us apart, but it's about doing it together and taking that inspiration that Dr. York gave us, in whichever which form it manifests in, and do it bigger, better, further, teach the youth it, and us come together and organize, because we can rebuild another Tamaray. We can still build a hospital. Like I said, our Monkey Shrine Temple is in plans to try to build a hospital, to build a hospital in Africa. We have many different Nubian Spaniards who have their own businesses. And it's just about taking it, making it bigger, making it better, move through the world and heal those who need healing mentally, because we see all the craziness that's going on right now throughout the world. And many of the things that Dr. York prophesied, I don't say prophesied, you say the prophet, many of the things that Dr. York wrote about in the scrolls, you see happening today. Like, I remember reading Leviathan when I was in high school, and it was always things to come. If you read the book of Leviathan now, you're actually living in it. You're seeing everything that was spoken about in those books actually happening in real time. Man of the hour is happening in real time. All these different things are happening. So Dr. York was preparing us years ago on how we should move now. And it always would travel, always move together. It move in one mind, in one body, one mind with a body, multiple parts moving in unison. You follow what I mean? So that would be my message to the Watkins, the Sabans, and those who study Dr. York, is just take the inspiration that he gave us and continue to utilize it to help our generation and the younger generation and the generations to come. And don't stop. You know, whatever you think that you want to accomplish, if you're not afraid of it, then you're not thinking big enough. And Dr. York would always teach us to think big. You know what I mean? Don't think small. Like the plans he was enacting, some of them that I gave earlier, and others that I didn't even talk about yet, that Dr. York, were planning on doing. They were huge plans, because it's about us recapturing our heritage, recapturing our lives, being controllers of our own destiny, and not letting others who have disagreeable intent control our children, control our destiny, control our future. You follow? And we see that going on right now. The world's crazy. It's a lot crazier than when I was growing up. And then, like I said, we see so much of what Dr. York taught about. You see it just manifest daily. Daily. Like, man, kind of risk doesn't sound so far-fetched right now. You know, it's not laughable anymore to those who laughed at it then. People coming out of the woodwork saying, well, Doctor said something about this before, Doctor said something about that. You know, so it's about this, taking whatever you learn and taking it to the next level. Again, and doing it together. That's what we thought.
And the freedom fight?
The freedom fight continues. I won't go into the legal aspects of Dr. York's case.
Sure.
That's what it is.
So it's still an ongoing case, of course,
Ongoing case, as well as it's a global ongoing case, international. Like I said, I won't go into that. I'll let others who have more knowledge of go into it. But I will say.
I guess it's more in terms of how people can. I know I always explain and mention about supporting with a free will offering or anything that you can do through the acts of kindness. We will post that. That's true.
The act of kindness is definitely still going, and any donations are always accepted, always needed. You can also support your local bookstores. They always need your support, and love to see you there at question and answer classes, as well as just purchasing anything from the books. Anything from the brothers and sisters you see out working, propagating. You can also check us out online. Visit the website. We get a lot of information. We get updates on the legal status of Dr. York. Get updates on current information that's coming out, as well as we have the committee of scrolls there. So in any way you can support, we would greatly appreciate it.
But yeah, I mean, is there anything else you want to talk about? Feel free. If you feel that you've covered everything, then we can always do another part if necessary. Because Tamaray, when did you start building Tamaray? Like, was it in 90? What would be the year? 96. And like, from 96 to 2002, it's a lot of information that you've tried to summarize. I'm sure there's much more to cover. We touched on the sisters, but because this is another thing that comes up when people try to paint the narrative that the women were separate and the men were separate, and like they use this in support of what they tried to paint in terms of it being a secluded community that people had kind of no freedom of their own to do what they like. But both you and myself, we know that that wasn't the case. But just for the audience, being somebody that experienced this firsthand, if you want to shed some light on that aspect.
Okay. Well, for one, our separation mainly dealt with the fact that we weren't allowed to build the way we were probably trying to build. The idea was to have housing for families on Tamaray. You get your own plot of land, your own house on Tamaray. And we were precluded from doing that. We weren't able to do that. But that's why, again, why Tamaray was such a small community. You weren't dealing with hundreds and hundreds of people there. You were dealing with, like I said, less than 100 people many times way less than that at any given time on Temporary, because we couldn't get the specific zoning that we needed. All right? We believe tribally that we should protect our sisters, protect our brothers, and we make no excuse for why the way we live the way we live. All right? We weren't secluded. There were things we did together. There were things we did apart. You follow me? But there was no seclusion. You know, we were out all the time. You know, like I said, you found us, you bumped into us from Tamaray everywhere. So there wasn't seclusion that lived in Tamaray you were never seen. You know, you were somewhere put away. You know, that's so false. It's incredibly false. The people who come up there, you can see sisters all the time. The sisters helped out working, they worked the pyramids, you know, what happens is a lot of times people were interacting with sisters who may have lived there, they didn't even realize. It's not like we went around parading like, oh, this is who I am, this is where I live, things like that. You know, like, you know, at first they didn't know I lived in Tamaray, they saw me paint or something like that until they were told. So, you know, it's a false narrative. Again, people use anything to try to sensationalize Tamaray. You know, group of people who are passionate about building something for the future. And in that passion, there were certain sacrifices we made, but none of those sacrifices did anything to lessen our integrity, did anything to demean us, did anything to make us less than who we were. So I had a great time at Temple. Great time. I mean, I enjoyed those years thoroughly. You know, Temple.
Yeah, it was beautiful. I enjoyed every moment in Tamaray. But just for those who never visited Tamaray and to leave on a positive note, can you share any memories that you recall, any beautiful memories you can remember with like the master being on Tamaray, or any of like the events that, you know, I mean, I met so many people on Tamaray during Saviour's days, you know. So is there any moments that you want to share with the audience of, you know, just like the experience with the master teacher on Tamaray?
Well, you know, I like to share sometimes experiences that were out of the norm.
Right.
Share one with you. I think it was around 93. Brother Yusuf Short, a long time member, had a birthday. And
this is a Slate truck, and it costs half as much as an average new car. Slate, we built it, you make it.
I was working on one greasy pan. I went to get a scraper, and that's why I switched to Dawn Pro. It cuts through tough commercial grease and easily rinses away. Dawn Pro, the better professional grease getter.
Pack your year with awe and awesome at Texas's biggest and best parks, SeaWorld and Aquatica.
At Allstate, what's important to you is important to us. And right now, what's important to Blake is not getting in trouble.
When I got shingles, I was 52 years old. I thought shingles was...
We had all went out to eat. I think we was at Golden Corral, one of the all food restaurants. Everybody was there. Again, it was small, so it wasn't like 500 people, maybe like 20, 25 people. Had a great time. Come back, and the family had set out a big, long table on the basketball court for desserts, food, and stuff. We want to continue the celebration. So we sitting there, you know, I was about to cut the cake, get everything prepared, be all happy. And one of the sisters decided to throw a piece of popcorn in Pops. A piece of popcorn. And Pops is sitting there like, you know you effed up now. Next thing you know, cake is flying, cupcakes. Man, we had the craziest food on the basketball court. And again, I'm young. I didn't know Pop that long, and I'm having a ball, man. You know, and I'm out of all this food flying. I went and grabbed me a thing of ice cream, like, oh, we're gonna need this later on. Like, and so I said that story because if you were ever around Pop, really, it was a lot of laughter, and joking, popping. And we had a ball, you know what I mean? And that food fight always stayed, you know, it always forefront of my head.
Yeah.
A lot of times we make Dr. York just this spiritual teacher who's walking around on water. And that's the image that people try to portray of him.
Yeah.
Dr. York was a man, most hardworking man I ever met. That had a lot of information, but he was a man who cared about us, and we had fun with it. We had a ball, you know what I mean? It's a rough time. There was a whole lot of good times to outweigh those rough times that those devils tried to give us. And if people really reflect back on the times when they laughed with Pops, because I remember the laughter, you know, all the time. That memory, again, that memory was 93. So the next conversation I want from 94. And we'll continue. You see, I give another memory.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, people just listening to even the recordings from so many years ago, you just hear people laughing all the time, you know. That's one thing I definitely remember from the master teacher, like his sense of humor is just amazing, like, you know, and you're just growing up laughing, even when it's a serious situation, because he makes you feel comfortable, you know.
Yeah. I have to go.
Okay.
I want to thank you for inviting me, and I'll definitely, any questions, you know, I teach class also in Decatur, so I'm teaching kids. So there's no question off limits. I don't care. Because what we do, you know how it is. We ask questions.
That's right.
But I want to leave on this note, like you just mentioned about the laughter in Samurai. And it was a class one time up on the hill, you know, near the stage.
Yeah.
And I remember Pop was teaching, and he's like, hold up, just tell everybody be quiet. And just listen. And we all were quiet. And all you heard was children running around laughing. And that's what it was all about.
So what?
Children, the future generation. Right?
And ironically,
the platform, and I look forward to coming back.
Thank you for coming through, and yeah, we can do this again anytime, because it's about sharing these experiences from people who lived it. You know, they were actually there, and looking forward to having other people as well to come.
The Erie metal roof is built to outlast just about anything life can throw at it. Like a lifetime of hailstone.
Feel free to ask any question that you have, because it's your opportunity to live.
I want to say he reminded me of when I was in 12th grade and I had to leave my home school. I was very upset and go across town to another school that I didn't know anybody. So I was very upset. So I used to start food fights in the cafeteria. I was very upset. It was funny. I started a lot of shit. It reminded me of what he said. I had forgot about that.
Link back with your ancestors, to link back with natural nature, to also understand the misinformation and the lies and the cover-ups that has been going on for the past 6,000 years. Okay, so this is your opportunity to link into your Sabat, our spiritual doctrine. Any questions?
The name which you refer to the teacher using the word Baba, what does that mean in your language?
Okay, it can take two forms. One in the sense of father, as in Baba, or Ba'a. Yeah, exactly. Or Ba'a, which means soul. So the soul of Yanun. Understand? And when you look on the publications in the back of the books, the most recent book, you see up to, I think is in this one. No, it's not these ones. Let's see if I can find. You can find this here.
Let's look at how to
for level grade class, and you know, we student teachers aim to do our best to share this Sabat knowledge, affirmation, spiritual information linked to our ancestors, etc. So this class will be taken by myself and Gore. as many people obviously have a link to their ancestors that they know but don't understand or know the formulas or the techniques. So this book kind of like will be highlighting those techniques and formulas, which links into another affirmation master secrets as well, if we get to cover that. But really and truly, this is what the class was focusing on. So this is dimensional links. Those who need to see the visuals, dimensional links, and Nabat, the sacred ash. This is the Master Secrets, series number 3. Okay? I'm gonna open up, correct? Open up with Rick starting to read. And then we'll take questions after the first page.
Yeah. At Robert Musa, verse 1. Rikum, I Mumrar Harutu,
Right. As I say to those who are probably just joining us, because we're gonna get people joining day by day increments. We have a policy now. If you do want to speak or ask a question, please raise your hand by using the react button on the lower screen where it says react. It's got a heart shape. And the option is raise your hand. That's the option, raise your hand. So people are obviously familiar with that on Zoom or used Zoom before. So use that for us to then bring you up and then you can ask your question via Zoom. Okay, with Clubhouse it's the same. We can bring you onto the Clubhouse platform and you can ask your question from there. Okay, Moisa, so I appreciate your participation and cooperation and we shall continue.
Tawatak Zamal. Verse 1. Rikum, I Mumrar Harudu, Wud Pa Unwapu. For you, my beloved children of Wunwa, Nuwakis. Verse 2. As I, Barnabas Yanu, proscribed for you, Jahan Shalel, I Patar At, jewels of my divine eyes, so much of our renewed story called Wunwa, your way to Tahlush, salvation. Verse 3, you must, Tahum, understand, mind and mental, spirit and spiritual, omniverse and Mahu, Makwan, universe. So, just for a moment, we've got a very good illustration of what we're going to do tonight. I don't know if you can see, but it highlights the 3 aspects, which include the mental reservoir, and underneath we've got the deed, the thought, and the living. And this scroll tonight, we're going to explore how that all links into each other. So, if we continue with verse 4, or do we have any questions at that point? Who wants to know what's mind, or the difference between mind and mental, spirit and spiritual, omniverse and universe? No one? Okay. in that event, I'll describe it. Right, so mind pertains more so to yourself, and mental refers or points to the mental realm, the mental reservoir. That's the greater, higher mental state which we all tap in and link into. Spirit refers to ourself, our personality, and spiritual, again, that connection with our ancestors. And in the same way, omniverse refers to all the universes that culminates one big organized verse, as it were. So where uni is singular and the individual universe. So in that light, I'll move on to verse number 4. And it says, and the powers of mental reason into Akal mind. Verse 5, Nakash reason is intellect from out-tellect, or Zahan an intelligence from out-intelligence. Verse 6, this also includes inspiration from outspiration, and that is revelation from contact outside this dimension. Verse 7, all is linked to you. Verse 8, you are something from your links to what atomic weights would call nothingness, mental to mind to mind. Verse 9, reasoning is mentalism by the rules of Fatah al-Fatah, natural nature, with the help of other materials in space, and of course, which includes time as in growth into being. Verse 10, reasoning becomes conscience, the distinguisher between right and wrong decisions. Verse 11, and that leads to conscious, creative azam, energy, divine energy in absolute nature. Verse 12, reasoning reasons out all forms and senses, that which is needed for those forms to grow and survive in accord with and within their surroundings. Reasoning does what comes natural in nature by help of other supporting achach, I am ether, because ether in general, that is including reason, is the mind at work with and from the reservoir of mental who is present throughout the Kalal Akwan, omniverse. Verse 14, from whom all thoughts and thinking come, to the mind to become mine, or my own thoughts, by way of my own reasoning, reacting with tissue which is material or matter. Verse 15, and matter is something, anything, and everything, and occupies space, the all in all, the universe in omniverse, the thought in thoughts. Verse 16, that produced a damagh brain made of tissue to regulate thoughts as thinking and reasoning. Verse 17, from brain tissue with sparks of synapses, which melts down the physical actions and reactions, produces the intelligence, energy, reason. Verse 18, the ether energy who does all the creative reasoning and guiding into the creation of all things, atoms and cells. So, verse 19, Nuwapians, brain synapses produce brain actions and reactions, or brain and brain in turns produces reason. Verse 20, nothing is better than Jamet, Sahef, Nakush, sound, right, reason. Verse 21, and reasoning is mental and mind at work together. Verse 22, general reason is mental but not an individual mind. Verse 23, each is linked to the mental reservoir by no choice of your own. 24, it is the natural of nature, mind link. So I'm just going to stop there for a sec and wanted to touch base to see if anybody's got any questions. If you want to put that in the chat, that'd be great. Alternatively, as my Zamal Hussein mentioned before, go to the react button and raise a hand. While you're doing that, I was just pondering about verse 20, sound, right, reason. And that includes three things. Sound, which pertains to vibration, because we hear by the vibration of, what's that word? The bone? Cochlea, thank you. that creates the vibration and turns sound, and then what's right. As taught by our master teacher, Bhagavad Gita, you know, we go Wusabat, we look into the facts, we don't believe, we explore the truth, and therefore believe what is fact. And then the reasoning is that ability, as described before, in when you explore and think, then that takes you up into the mental reservoir where you have impetus or other impulses from your ancestors, which then allows you to come to an educated decision. You want to explore some aspects, Zalon?
No, it's just I was going to refer back to it, like what you showed on the mental reservoir, how it all feeds in.
Yes.
So if you look at those,
we can just show that.
If you're able to look at the diagram, if you want to take a snapshot or something of the diagram, it actually shows you how it all feeds in, and there's a like a feedback loop. Okay, from once, you know, the ancestors, the spirit forces, you as an individual, on the living, relative spirit forces on earth, as the dead. Excuse me, I don't know where that cough came from. And you have your mind, emotions, and spiritual. So when you have the emotions are what fuels these ancestors a lot, as we've explained in many other books and actual facts. Is that once you're given that kind of like wavering feeling, etc., or thought pattern, that energy tends to move, and it also affects, by way of your thinking and your reading, the emotions that is triggered of your relatives. Okay, so this is something that we have to bear in mind as well. As you draw from the mental reservoir, the emotions can also go into the reservoir, as well as your thinking and your reasoning can come from the mental reservoir, and then coupled with that, your emotions, it can trigger off ancestors, or it can trigger yourself as well to react in a particular way, whether agreeable or disagreeable thoughts may come by way of those. So that's a very good illustration as to what's taking place, and this is all happening as well. So sound right reasoning, you know, it's a place to always be at where you can be able to discern and judge things in a balanced state of mind. Are there any questions? Please state your name on the booth. Okay, sir. Someone's going to hand up. Yours going to hand up. Right back, yo. When you get a message to unmute your mic to speak, please do.
Towards us, where is the mental reservoir being created?
Okay. The mental reservoir is part of all. Yeah, it's an actual living, existing energy that's always been there. It's always existed. And this mental reservoir is what we all feed into. So, in a sense, it's the field of Pa and Adar, or the Ethereans. So the Ethereans are responsible for creating a mental reservoir by way of all. Yeah, so all has all existing things within it, but it Akahu, or the Etherean Muakahu, they're the ones that actually create this mental reservoir, this field of energy, and they're the ones that put those thoughts into the ether. You understand? And then those thoughts are put into the ether are then received by us as Nagaru. Because as it will go into it, saying that it explains that each of us, even though we're all human beings on the planet, we're all tapped into different parts of the field of the mental reservoir, which pertains to us as a race of people. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other further questions before we push on? Okay. Anybody else? Okay, continue.
Very good.
Tailgates win championships.
For over 100
130 years, Trainer University has been making education affordable and attainable.
When the sun comes out, so
For people with eosinophilic esophagitis or EOE, you can treat your EOE. What do you get with that?
Continuing from verse 25, it is only when personal tasur arat, emotions come into that, the reason changes to the reason of I did this, or that is the reason why I felt I should do this or that, go here or there, my own reasons. Verse 26, this happens from outside influences or inside relatives, outfluence in your personal genes of 4 generations. So again, just going back to that image, in the beginning it shows on your screen they're referring to the 29 relatives, and that pertains if you're still alive and your parents are still alive, then it becomes 27. So it's 29 because you're still alive. Your parents have moved on, it's -2, and so on. So it's those influences that are also being considered. Verse 27. So, Munwapu, Nuapians, reason is mind produced by brain concentration. 28. Reasons produced by synapse parks of colored light or shallow concentration in general thinking creates the atmospheric mind or mental environment. Verse 29. Because it is not dense enough and adhesive enough to be an individual thought being. Verse 30. However, reason produced by heavy or deep concentration called Ranu, chanting, and or meditation, and or Namus, praying, is thought being formed into actions and links you interdimensionally with your Muslafu ancestors on the same frequency, vibration, and genetic code as your being, both physically and mentally. Verse 31. These forms of tashud, concentration, is enough to be or become an individual's spiritual link because the energy and mental particles in the brain tissue have become blended and is united by sawat, sound, as in a single note or key on a keyboard. If you strike one key, F major for example, all the F major keys will vibrate with it. Verse 32, none other as the tuning fork will reveal to you. Verse 33, the same with your skull. It vibrates as you natuk, speak, kanu, sing, and ranum, chant. Verse 34, and all others of your genetic origin or salal race can become in tune with you. Verse 35, that is mind link, just a radio station or television channel. Verse 36, when you get on that station or channel, you see and hear images, signals, and sound through space without wires. Verse 37, and now you have 3D TV, so you're able to affect the mind's eye and see dimensional images. 38, Earth man did not have this technology 50 years ago, but it existed. 39, man just did not know how to utilize it. Verse 40, look at how now they are accepting that once a physical person dies, they still exist and are doing any and everything to make a link to Tayak, ghosts, specters, and spirits. Right? And just a quick one, just showing what people are doing at the moment just to make that connection with spirits and ghosts. That shows 6 ether beings trying to make the link with dead spirits by seance or Ouija board. Verse 41. The link between the living and the mawet, dead, will be made only to open the Bawab gateway to the world beyond the Pal world. 42. The Satu Achak, 6 ether, Mukwanu, 6 ether beings, can't make it there, for they have lost the link, which is Ba'a, soul. 43. Well, just like the use of technology, so also in time they would have been able to cruise from three-dimensional realm to the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, onto the 10th, or realm of Sahem Akal, divine mind, and being, if only they had respected the rules of Mater al-Akal, natural nature. Verse 44. You have this ability now as your mind link has not been cut off, only blocked by interferences of those on a lower level. Verse 45. That is your 9 ether blocked by Satu Achar, 6 ether, so you can't bring 4th dimensional sound and images across to the 3rd dimensional realm. 46. Just as it now can transport 3D images and surround sound through space and time to appear real. 47. From the sender to you, the receiver, so also as it was in Kadem Wakut at ancient times. 48. By Mukwanu beings, far more advanced, or Muzat Muta Tau'u, extraterrestrials, who are the old ones. 9. The Mugdamu, ancient ones, existing so much longer, have developed the technology to transport 4-dimensional images of themselves through Wakut, time and space. Verse 50. Beholding appearances and seeing seemingly to the onlooker to be there physically, just as 3D TV or cinemas, but without the aid of glasses. So I just want to go back on this in terms of making that connection. The master teacher clearly writes here that 6 ether beings, they could have up to today reached that ability to transmute and progress to 3rd to the 10th realm if they obeyed the rules. And in terms of disobeying the rules, they have not abided by living in one with nature as such. Is that fair to say? Yeah, because their actions, which included tweaking with genes, mixing their DNA, caused them to lose that privilege as such. And that is in line with what our mission and as beings here on earth is to be the best version of ourselves and clean ourselves inside out and outside in order to be ready when that transition happens, that we are linked and clear enough and energized enough to make it happen. You want to add to that, Zon?
I hope. I think if there's anything that maybe pro further from our listening audience who we need some participation, we'd like to participate in what's been explained or what's been taught here. If anyone at all that has a thought, or I can actually, it's funny because I do this sometimes with, Theo, go ahead, Theo. I'll mute you, if you'd like to unmute your mic, I'll mute your mic once you get the message.
Yeah, I've just got a question when you were talking about the ruling board, human beings communicating with spirits. What happens, it's a bit unrelated slightly. What happens to animals, spirits, or what we consider as pets like cats and dogs when they pass?
When they pass?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to say that? Listen, we can build.
Okay, so my since they've got spirit, right, and that passes on to the next realm. However, I'm not sure, and again, I'm leaning on
That's totally fine.
Yeah.
I mean, remember, with spirit, there's different, let's just say, energy of spirits, or different variations of spirits. You've got animal spirits, you've got obviously human spirits that have different dimensional levels or frequencies or vibrations or potency. You understand? So you have the animal spirit essence, which is different to the human spirit essence, which is different to the Nagaru, and vice versa, and variations of the different humans that are on the planet. So these creatures, animals, their spirit is linked to that realm or energy realm that they are from. However, as Goreg was explaining, when the experimental and making of the Adamites or the Mukasu race came along, they then blended, because I'm glad you posed that question, because it's not just happening on a physical level. You see what I'm saying? The matrix and the energy pattern of an animal can fuse with yours, and that can also lead to mental degradation or mental instability. You see what I'm saying? So these spiritual, the spirit essence of these creatures reside in that realm that they're supposed to be in, based on their mutational rate, based on their energy frequency, based on their energy pattern and matrix. You see? So when it comes to now, what happens to them is that they'll go back as an energy to that field, that quantum field. If they are mixed in, as some races have unfortunately been mixed in with human animal spirit forces, that manifests within them. Also, it can happen vice versa. They've shown you sometimes in movies, you know what I mean, as always as a joke, where one person, they do what's called a switch, and the cat's thinking or whatever has gone into a human, and the human's thinking and behavior has gone into a cat, and the cat's behaving like a human being, because you can see, or a dog, should I say, and it's like lifting up the toilet lid to, urinate or etc. So that's what the animal will be doing, and it's because spirit forces can mesh, and once that happens, you can reside, or the spirit essence from that human, because it's dropped down in frequency based on its animalistic, because that is the part of us as too, is that we can drop down to the point where we become demonic, animalistic, etc. And when on that frequency, that's how the spirit forces can then be intertwined or coalesce or mix with each other. So you got some human beings who, when they transition, because of that degradation in their spirit and the potency of their vibration, they now have a vibration which resonates with that of the spirit world and can end up being an animal. Does that make sense to you?
I heard that from the Indians.
Yeah.
I mean, cats don't reincarnate like humans.
The reincarnation, yes, they do come back, because their spirit, all spirits reside in this realm. Do you see what I'm saying? So based on their energy pattern, they will go back into a cat. Based on their energy pattern, they'll go back into a dog. But based on the energy, they'll go into a cow. Do you see what I'm saying? So they do come back. It's based on their energy pattern, because energy cannot be destroyed. It can only move from one form to another. Yeah? But what I'm saying is that we, because of what's happened to human beings on the planet, and certain species, specifically the Mukasu or the Adamites, because of what happened to them, they have fallen so low that now they have the potential to actually end up in an animal body. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. But the actual, because we are actually recycled spirits in just different bodies. The soul portion is different to the spirit portion. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah?
Zero with an X.
Zero Loves, making it easy to manage your books and cash flow all in one place.
Calling all heroes. Repeat. Calling all heroes.
So he's saying, in other words,
Asteroid of probable destruction is headed straight toward
the behavior
In order to save all that we hold
of
dear,
who you
the
mix
thrill of
with
the Dragon Coaster,
could stop you
which
from
I
going
promise
to the
splashes
higher
of water.
realms, right?
Fuego Theater.
Migraine stealing the spotlight?
So if
Again?
your ancestors passed away,
It may be time
it
to
would be
say
hard
yes
to
to
get
Vyepti.
something
Vyepti
from them
helps
because
prevent
while they
migraine
were
attacks in
here,
adults with just 4
they
30-minute IV infusions
went
a day.
animalistic
Okay.
and never fixed it before they left, I guess.
There's a question, what's the difference between ghosts, spirits, and specters? Again, I think it does touch on it on here, but we can go into another book where it talks about that particular subject. But in essence, these are, you can get a weaker states of energy, and these weaker states can be known as green ether ghosts. You can also have spirits that can have different frequency or ranges of energy and potency, and specters are another form of like what the master explained as these are deceased Caucasians who have become orbs of energy, and they're the ones that will incarnate into the child of a 6 ether or 5 ether being, because that's what that's the spirit forces is what actually incarnates into them, are known as specters and ghosts or orbs. Is that this what actually they turn into when they transition? They become like little orbs or specters. Okay, so that's for the question for soul, and that's the answer for soul. If you don't understand it, we'll probe a bit further. I'm going to try and find the actual book that ties into that.
I think Terry Jamal is
All right, well then. Terry Jamal, if you have a question. Oh, sorry. Theo, did we answer your question? I hope so. We answered yours. And Terry Jamal, go ahead.
Sure. I just wanted to make up a follow-up question regarding the cuts and the dogs in terms of, so if they raise their souls to a certain degree, is there a possibility of them coming back as human form?
No, that's what I'm saying. There's a level. So each being has a potency level. So for the potency level or the degree of energy that it can raise to is up to 5. You see what I'm saying? For spirit forces. Yeah? And those spirit forces, it's like, there's various degrees of that spirit force. So they can be known as ghosts, they can be known as spirits, they can be known as specters, they can be known as these particular names that have been ascribed to them. Because they can only move from one level, so a certain level up to the most amount is 6 ether. You see what I'm saying? They can't go beyond that because they don't have the potency, the energy, the strength. You know what I mean? That power to move them higher than that. So because the formula that they're made up of can only take them so far. Okay? So there's no cat coming back as or a spirit of a cat coming back as a human being. You see what I'm saying? But human beings can lower, especially if they're Nagaru. And Nagaru who have mixed their seed with other races, etc., or just, throwing out their genes all over the place and mixing over here and there, etc. The potency of your spirit energy, it weakens, and when it weakens, you're in the image and likeness of 6 ether or ghost. You see what I'm saying? That's what happens to your matrix. And because of that, you can then potentially end up in one of these animals.
I think I did hear that.
But not the other way around, because they can't raise up. They don't have the potency to go any further than that. Does that make sense, Terry Jamal? I'll read a little bit from, are you there, Terry? Are we frozen or is he frozen?
I think Terry probably just needs to get...
Oh, no, because yeah, we've just unmuted you. Sorry, I forgot about the mute thing. All right, I'm going to read from, this is called Patara, the Ghost. Okay, I'll read from verse 42. Those who open up, actually no, in fact, let me read from verse 40 of How to Write the Goals, page 4. So verse 40 reads like this. These Kama'u Pleiadians who can shapeshift, transfigure, and come as spirit forces like white little orbs, or ghost apparitions, fire orbs, take on human form, angelic form, a grave's form, or relatives' image, if the relative have lost their soul. That's what we're saying. If the or, now this is the part that you're asking about, or reside in animals, and it says mostly canines, dogs, and felines, cats, even objects, as sawat'at, voices. Verse 41. It is easy to enter an intoxicated person on drugs, a drunk person on alcohol, a bleeding person, a sick person, diseased or angry person. Verse 42. Those who open up to them are the old religions, or those who deal in sacerdotal rituals of sorcery, witchcraft, or blood sacrifices. Verse 43. They can walk into an open person and take over their khatat, body. Verse 44. They are the Holy Ghost that possesses people in Holy Church, the Pentecostal, those who practice Santeria and others. Verse 45. The Kakasu Caucasus who hunt, tie up out ghosts. That's like, I don't know if you're familiar with these ghost hunters. You can watch them on some sci-fi channel and all these things. But they actually go out of their way to haunted castles and haunted places, and they actually try and utilize certain instruments to try and detect, these ghost forces. So what he's saying, what the master is saying here in verse 45, the Kakasu Caucasus who hunt, they actually called ghost hunters, who hunt art ghosts, always say the orbs they see are little white balls of light. White light, spirit fire, as they read in their Bible, Acts chapter 2, verse 2, Matthew chapter 3, verse 14. Not to be mistaken for crystal orbs. If the orbs are always white lights or fire, why do white people call them dark spirits, not what they see? White spirits, mist, vapor, or gas. They are white spirit orbs, not black or crystal. So, so that ends that verse. So does that make it a bit more clear regarding your question? If you can, again, unfortunately, request to unmute your mic or put a thumbs up or something. Maybe your reaction with a thumbs up would help. Well, wait. Tawata. So, Theo's question. So, can 6 ether beings become 9 ether, or are they limited? They're limited, 6 ether beings. The one that is able to raise their vibration frequency because of the fact that they have the telomeres, in them, is the feminine, or the Femi 6. So, if a Femi 6 is to have sexual intercourse or be married and coupled with a Nagaru 9 ether being, they can actually raise by way of their telomeres to become a Femi 9. However, if they go back to a Mukasu male, then they will drop back down. So they have the ability to raise up, you see what I'm saying, in degrees of energy, because they're literally drawing the energy from the Nagaru male. Okay, so again, thumbs up. How do I know what ether I am? By your behavior, by there's 9 ether is the potency of your DNA and your energy helix, okay? But you also have 9, a being that may have 7 curly type hair, we call 7 ether, all the way to 9 ether here, it can still be a 9 ether being. You see what I'm saying? The texture of the hair doesn't make you or define you as a 9 ether being. It's your potency. So the potency is the way you conduct yourself. As we were reading from here, when we go back to what 9 ether is, right. We can start from here. 9 ether is the power of mental reasoning. Okay, that's what 9 ether is. Reason is intellect from intellect. Okay, and as it goes on, it reads, reasoning becomes conscience, the distinguisher between right and wrong decisions. So you as a 9 ether being, this is the mental faculty that you have. You have the ability to discern what's right and what's wrong. When your mind gets polluted and it gets degraded, where you're no longer able to discern the difference between what's right and wrong, i.e. persecuting another race, i.e. killing another human being or animal or whatever the case may be, just for the sake of sport. Not because your family was hungry and you needed to feed them, you see what I'm saying? But just because out of pleasure. Does that make sense? So these are the things, these are the requisites that makes you a 9 ether soul being. Because once you have that, you are able to discern the difference between what's right and what's wrong. While a being that doesn't have that ability or that potency to reason will just go ahead and kill.
Get on down, you two.
When the sun comes out, so should your skin. European Wax Center. Smooth, done right.
My gutters were clogged, and I know that can be a big problem, so I called Leaf Filter. Leaf Filter Pros, clean out, clean.
Yeah, we'll just need a mic. Yeah. Sorry, we'll just sorry, 1 second. We are just mute mic or something. So we accidentally pressed the wrong button. Sorry about that, not doing. Yeah, so Terry, that's essentially what is discerning, and you can start by looking at your own character. Do you get what I'm saying? What do you normally think of? What do you normally do? What do you normally see that you know, that ain't right? What do you normally reflect on as your own experiences based on where you live and the colonialism that took place that you knew was not right, and the people that were the colonizers knew was not right, or should I say, knew it was not right, but still carried on doing it. Then you go back into your Bible, and it talks about Genesis chapter 6, verse 2 to I think 6, where it talks about the evil that they continually perpetuate and do, because it's in their nature. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's what 9 ether does. It's the reason aspect. And if I just read a bit on, reasons are all forms and senses, that which is needed for those forms to grow and survive in accord with and within their surroundings. Reason does what comes natural in nature by help of others supporting achat ether. Because ether in general, that's including reason, is the mind at work with and from the reservoir of mental, who is present throughout the Kalei Mapuan or Kalai Mapuan omnibus, from whom all thoughts and things will come to mind to become mine or my own thoughts by way of my own reasoning, reacting with tissue, which is material or matter. So reasoning comes to the brain, and the brain processes it, etc. But it's essentially that ability to discern the difference between what's right and what's wrong. And your soul, your consciousness applies the caring, to what I'm saying, the loving, the aspect of duty, the duty to protect, etc. That is who you are by natural nature. And then you have those who are unnatural in nature who do the total opposite. So I hope that makes it a bit more clear. And then that way you'll be able to know whether you're a 9 ether being or a 6 ether being.
Sound like wisdom, moral compass.
So if I can reason and determine right from wrong and act good as I can, I'm 9 ether. It's a little bit more than that, because then it taps into other faculties that you have as that was encoded in your genes. You see what I'm saying? And these other faculties are intuition. What else is there? Clairvoyance, telepathy, psychometry. Okay, there's certain aspects that is inherent within you as an agaru that allows you to be selfless. You see what I'm saying? Because ultimately we are divine love. We are divine love in embodiment, in a body. And our job, or we as a race, is to raise back up to become that we originally were. You see what I'm saying? Ethereal, etheric beings who were creating the universes and existing in different pockets of the universe. The reason why we came into this skin suit in the first place was to do certain things, perform certain acts. And then a portion of us, I mean, we're digressing a bit, but I have to explain. A portion of us, we were supposed to be raised from a certain planet that died in the Sirius star system. So that ties into how we ended up here in the first place on Earth, because we had to relearn. You see what I'm saying? We had to relearn, and the only way to relearn, according to the natural rules of nature, is you go back to the beginning again. You have to start learning to navigate your environment as a human being. You have to understand your human body and how it works. You have to understand how nature and sound and all of these things work. How to love and respect each other. These are the steps for you to become and grow to become an Ethereal again. Because we kind of lost those mental inherent powers. So is that okay? Toe tap Leo for the thumbs up. If there's anything else, then we can continue.
Yeah.
That's the book.
I think also just in terms of the clarity, and I think it's mentioned earlier in the scroll about how the 6 ether noise and sounds interfere with you establishing and maintaining your clarity. And that can be, they do this by Hollywood and movies and all those, music and the rest. So, through chanting and meditation, as we do as a whole on a regular 9 a.m., 3 p.m., 9 p.m., 3 a.m., that reinforces that divineness in yourself as part of your journey, seeking to reinforce that. Resilience or strength, is it?
The potency. Yeah.
Potency.
Just as I was scrolling, there's another part which you tapped into. So, regarding the question you asked about spirits, etc. So, it's also, this again from Patarak, the ghost. Verse 51 says, in their Christian churches, they have doctrines on exorcising the devil, demons, the dead. Exorcise, exorcism, exorcist in their Bible. The book of Exodus means departure. So that's where you get exorcist, yeah? Yet, where do the ghosts go? And then that's the question. Into or another person. Revelation 18:2. Yeah, and you can, I think, what's the movie that does Washington? Fallen.
Yeah.
If anyone has not seen this movie, the master teacher recommends
you need to see it.
Yeah, that will show you how spirit energy doesn't die; it just moves from one state. But I'm going to read this, and then when you watch the movie, you will kind of like solidify your understanding. Yeah. So verse 52 in Matthew chapter 12, verse 26, it is the Kakasu Kokoswaits casting out their own dead. Verse 53, really. All they're doing is casting them into this tapal world. From the wormhole they claim to see as the light once they're dead. So people in deathbed saying, I saw the light, etc. Where it's a wormhole, okay, and that's what the master explaining, that it's a wormhole, and that light brings their spirit forces into this realm.
Yeah.
Yeah, verse 54.
Ignore that light.
White light, beckoning them to enter, as well as bringing evil, satanic, ka'au spirits into this world. In spiritual Baptist church, in Holy Roller and Pentecostal churches, and through Voodoo and Santeria. Verse 55. People invoke ka'au spirits into the world of the living, and it's why so much evil exists. Verse 56. They use Nagaru, Negroids in their cover religions to bring their spirit forces into this world by singing, dancing, chanting, gospels, and hymns. Verse 57. They know Nagaru, Negroid vibrations are higher level, so they draw them into their religions to use as tuning forks, be it Mosism, Jesusism, or Mohammedism, and its many forms. I'll pause there. I did a class some time back, and I was explaining that your body, Master Teacher explained that it's a tuning fork. You literally are a tuning fork. So when you look at the Ankh is a tuning fork. It's a replication of not just the birth canal and etc., but it's also a replication of the human body. And it's, another word for it is Thet. And also, even in some cultures, I know from the Akan culture of Ghana, they have the Kwabado, which is taken from the Ankh. So these are actually representations of tuning forks. And what a tuning fork is, your body is a natural tuning fork because it has crystals. Your bones are actually made up of crystals called I forgot the name, hydropaxite. Forgot the name, that's not coming to me. But these crystals are formed in a collagen, and your collagen actually crystallized crystals. So this goes back into, osteoblasts and bones, etc. So this particular body of ours that we're carrying is a natural tuning fork. That's why when it talks about the chanting and the singing, etc., you're literally creating energy, a tuning fork energy of a particular tone and frequency, which opens up a gateway. And once this gateway is open, these, disembodied spirits, forces can come in and they can walk and seep them into your body. Okay, so this is what's taking place. So verse 58. Even extraterrestrials appear to many as transparent, coming through walls or ceilings in ghost form to take people with them. Verse 59. These Ramadi Greys work by their masters, reptilians, they Nampu, Gargonians, who eat flesh of animals and humanoids. Okay, I'll pause there. I think it's going to go into another topic and subject there. So I hope that's much more clearer. But yeah, seek out the movie Ghost. Not Ghost. Ghost and Fallen. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Right. Proceeding from verse 51.
Well, we'll come to Kobe after we read this verse. Yeah.
Well, let's do what Kobe is asking.
Okay.
Because I think it's still major. Yeah. Go ahead, Kobe.
Kobe, yeah, your mic. Guess you see the message. Please unmute your mic and speak.
You can make cool things with your thing on Canva. The thing that makes your thing the thing.
How about this right piece is the very start?
I always wanted more. I went back to school at 39. 30.
I think it's been.
So I was question thinking about, you may have also already, where you mentioned how much they use and how they basically transfer the energy through walls, or they come into this thing through walls, but if I had that already. Where do the walls come from? I think I've heard something about LED lights before, but where do these orbs come from? If there's a breakdown you could give behind that.
Do you want to touch on it? Where do the LED lights come from?
No, the orbs.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Like, so, for example, I work in the gym, so there's LED like now.
Yeah.
It's changing the lights, right?
Sure.
It's changing, and they're saying they're using LED lights now.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously it's brighter, but I don't know. Maybe I'm having 9 minds, being a bit, use my intuition a little bit more, feeling and effect and change when I'm around all of these lights. I just wanted to know whether the orbs are working through that, or if I'm confusing things.
No, 100% correct. We, as we said, we have a Warner who updates us with much information, and he has mentioned that it is preferable to try and get incandescent light bulbs, etc., because these LED lights are being pushed in, and what they do is they attract these orbs and these specters into your home. Yeah, wow. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, it's really hard to get these lights nowadays. I remember when I read that, I went to go and buy X amount of bulbs thinking, yeah, this will last, but the sad thing about these, the ones with the filaments, they blow. Do you know what I mean? And you know, you go be also cost cutting in energy, etc. Do you get what I'm saying? So we're keeping it real, but the master's guided us anyway. I'm not saying, you know, what the master said is 100%, and you know, he's given us all that information, etc., to utilize some right reason like you're doing. But unfortunately, I remember this so clearly, and this was years ago. So when that's now, you can see, I could literally see the slow transition from incandescent filaments, etc., all the way to now you can hardly find any. You know what I mean? It's really hard. You have to go and start searching just to find, and even then, they've been decommissioned. You know, they're no longer in stock. You know, so yeah. But there is an update where he talks about that and what you can replace it with, if I can find it. Let me make a note so that we can read it at the end of class. So it's interrupting class.
And are there any other, like, so after the LED lights, is there anything else that can project these orbs into your environment?
Sorry, say that again?
So apart from the LED lights, are there any other issues that can be used, like, just on a daily basis that can project these orbs?
I write that down.
If these daily, sorry, because I'm getting a bit distracted, I was trying to, I said there's no sound in Clubhouse. Say that again?
No, that's fine.
Anything else?
So, yeah, are there any other things that we use on a daily basis?
Oh, use, okay.
Inside our environment?
What other things? It's Christmas lights. They're mostly LED lights and stuff, but it's, yeah, all forms of lights really.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, all these kind of energy frequencies, they attract them. It attracts them, yeah. So the best thing to do is minimize it. You know what I'm saying? Play the tones that we have, because obviously it weakens, you know, burn your sage, it weakens them. You get what I'm saying? All of these things, these are all different practices that we can, yeah, that we can use in order to counteract.
Well, we're still tomorrow.
Alright, I'm trying to calculate on for my clubhouses. Yeah. I'm trying to start a new one, but it says there's an error.
Right, Moisar. In the meanwhile, I'll carry on. Right, so continuing from verse 51. And even far more advanced teleportation of actual cells, tissues, and Dhamma, brain
Yeah, come on, it's bro.
They do not want this
Right.
message.
I think the answers wants to give me a message. Right. So let me start again. Verse 51. And even far more advanced interpretation of the actual cells, tissues, and among brain signals, 52, and Munzal, an incarnated one, in Bashar, human flesh, and Damam, blood, or to come in the person as they, in world Za'am, religion, opinion, all claim their prophet experience. Verse 53. What do you think? Mukhabatu, angels, really are? Let me say that again. Verse 53, what do you think Muhbatu, angels, really are? 54, who do you think Tayaf, ghost, really are? 55, now you hold in your hands a cell phone, and it can receive 3D images and cinemas. 56, if you had that 50 years ago, what would those who did not know what it was think? 57. Now all you would have to be given is projection outward from your cell phone, and the image could be projected out in space, appearing to be right there, or in fact is right there. 58. All this is the brain tissue at work, reasoning out things, putting together formulas that yield results. 59. All by way of heavy or deep tashud concentration on your Muslafu ancestors, the genetic link spiritual to spirits. Verse 60. The inner Sacham power exists as the TV exists. 61. All man needed was the formula to make it work for them the way they wish. 62. The power of concentrated energy is enough to be or become the link because of the energy and Hammam, Saad's black magic, dark matter, and dark energy that still exists in your Khatat body as the first world race Tahits. 63. The black magic particles of mind have to become blended and Wahuda united mentally and physically with vocal magnetic pressure and black magic linked by voice. 64. Your race and mental concentration in profoundness gives mind, black mind motivation, direction and power to act in unity with itself and by itself. 65. Nuwapu, Nubians, you have the Sakhamat powers because reason is concentrated, mind linked to the mental reservoir in which both the living and the dead are linked. 66. It is genetically programmed to do what Tashut concentration calls for. 67. An obligation to do that which comes natural by nature, just as when your tone or Wanan name is sounded out, you respond to that sound. 68. The same is for the Ha'a Tapao, spiritual world. 69. They hear you and they see you, yet you have a brick wall up because of what you have been taught by 6 ether forces incarnated as Kakas Nadu, Kakazoi, who block up all the airwaves with their own voices and images. And that just links to what I mentioned before about Hollywood, radio stations, etc., etc. So verse 70. So you can't hear nor see your own Nasabu relatives or Muslafu ancestors. 71. Your one choice to believe their religious lies about animism or link to your own Azhab culture. 72. Wunuwap. Wunuwap is here to relink you to your own. 73. The reasoning of your own natural nature as Parthites, who originates and grows persons and things into system order, is deep tashud concentration on black genetic magic or your chemistry, also called alchemy. 74. We as Negroes are the metal copper, as that is what Naga means, copper or metal copper. And as metal or matter, it must be transformed into gold. That's copper to gold. 75. Alchemy changes base metal into gold. So we are called. Then it's got an image here. So if you can see it, right? There we go. Of the Cham and then the M, and it's combined as Chem. Or it can be called Chamam U, Cham, Am, Ha'am, Chamat, Kemet, which is essentially chemicals. Verse 76. We keep the secrets of Tayut, transformation, transportation, levitation, teleportation, transmutation, and translation. 77. The black magic or black magnetic mind power that brings the science powers of matter and vacuum. 78. And that is done by phases of general reason that borders an individual spirit strength into one. 79. Yet individual spirit powers do not create physical things unless they are willing and ready to be used in the growth of the creation, and not to be an individual by a genetic group as one. And I think that is profound. It highlights the essence of Wu Sabat. We living as a culture, we operating as one in Ashuk, or divine love, and we don't depend on individual energies, but understand the power of the unit, the power of many.
Say hello to Zero. Small business accounting that's simple by design and keeps you in control with automation that saves you up to 6 hours a week. It's powerful enough for your accountant, simple enough for you. Try Zero today.
The world of education has changed, but Houston Christian University has always been there. Let our 60 years of education experience get you.
Do you know Hobby Lobby has hundreds of incredible products on sale every single week? Just check out our weekly ad to discover unbelievable savings across the store.
Just want to check in. Do we have any questions at this stage? Right. We've got Ricardo asking, how can I connect to my ancestors if the chances are they have reincarnated back here?
You have many, many ancestors. It's not just one ancestor. So when you have to be a bit more specific. You're talking about like a loved one, someone that transitioned just the other day, a year ago, with me, and you have to realize as well that what the time that they govern by is different to the time that you're currently residing in as a three-dimensional being. So in their realm, there is no time. So when they are being prepared to come back, in your time, you could have passed on. Does that make sense? Yeah, or they, depending on what they have to do immediately, they might come through one of your relatives who's been carrying a child and will pass, will come into a child born from one of your relatives, okay, or one of your children. So it all depends on what stage you're referring to. Does that make sense, Ricardo?
Yeah. And I think just to latch on, I think it's also, it's a spiritual or soul connection. So whether you need for advice or guidance or assistance, either way, they will be there. And like you say, if they reincarnated back here through a child or whatever, then that person could facilitate in that request or need that you may have at that time.
So it's quite. I mean, you have to be a bit more specific when you say how can I connect my, because you are connected to them. It's not that how can you. It's about strengthening that connection. We're all connected to our ancestors. It just acts as Correct was explaining, that they've created a mental field of blockages. Yeah, and those mental fields of blockages are in the form of radio waves, TV waves, all different kinds of distractions, etc. So your mind link is weaker. So our job is to detract ourselves from all of these distractions and focus on developing ourselves. And the more that we develop ourselves through the various things that we mentioned earlier, I'll go back to verse. Okay, right, verse 30. It says, now further, I'll read from verse 28. Should we go to 27? Let's
Okay.
27. Yeah, 27. So,
So Europeans. Reason is mind produced by brain concentration. Verse 28. Reason produced by synapse, sparks of colored light, or shadow concentration in general thinking creates the atmospheric mind or mental environment. 29. Because it is not dense enough and adhesive enough to be an individual thought being.
Yeah, so pause there. So as you read in here, it says here, reason is produced by synapse sparks. Yeah? So, and then it goes, verse 29 says, because if you just generally thinking, you with me, it won't be as potent as if you are focused in your thinking. And the way that you're focused in your thinking process or your concentration progress is what verse 30 alludes to. So,
however, reason produced by heavy or deep concentration called Ranu chanting and or meditation and or Namus praying is thought being formed into action and links it interdimensionally with your Muslav ancestors on the same frequency, vibration, and genetic code as your being both physically and mentally.
Pause there. So it mentions some things here, or the main crux, the backbone of what it is. So it links you interdimensionally. So this dimension and other dimensions, yeah, because you're a 9-dimensional being. And it says with your Muslafu ancestors, your ancestors don't just reside on one dimension. They reside on several dimensions, okay? On the same frequency. Now what's our frequency? Our frequency is FAC. So you know, you can be speaking the English language, but you can only do so much. You see what I'm saying? You're limited. The real reason is to go back to learning our language. Because our language, puts you on the frequency of channel 9, let's just say. Okay? And the frequency and the vibration, wait for it, and genetic code. What's a genetic code? A genetic code is a series of data that has been encoded, which means it's been written in a particular way. What is that genetic code? Miss Batia, speaking our language. Because as we're speaking our language, it's reconfiguring your genetic code, because your genetic code has become scrambled. It's become scrambled because we're speaking none other than the English language, which unscrambles our code. Does that make sense? Okay, so we have to be on that genetic code as you're being both physically and mentally. So you've got to be behaving, acting, doing by way of Wusabat, which is what your original natural nature is, Nuwapu, and then also by way of your mental So now you have to be thinking and processing with right reasoning. Reasoning is deep concentration. Reasoning is mind. You are a mental being. So you're supposed to be thinking on a mental level. I.e., mental is unity, as Greg was explaining. We have to come back as one body and become unified in one mind. And that's when we were able to build great feats like the pyramids and things like that, or have a great empires and other aspects of our culture long time ago. But as we still have this individual mentality based on 6 ether thinking, it makes it harder, not difficult, sorry, not impossible, should I say, but it makes it harder, okay, for us to unify. Do you see what I'm saying? The master teacher has given us a formula. This is the formula. These are the steps. This is the guide. He's a warner and a guide. Listen to what the angel has to say to the people. Okay?
Yeah, I just want to also acknowledge Ricardo's question. So deep concentration and focus allows you to communicate with ancestors. As Zamal Hussein mentioned earlier, we are tuning fork. And once we go into that meditation, we want to align ourselves with our ancestral's vibration. And like I mentioned before, doing our chants at 9, 3, 9, and 3 a.m., that allows us to get into that space. That allows us to align as such, and therefore it strengthens that potency. I hope that answers the question, Ricardo. So,
I thought it was 9 through.
It's still answering this question. Does it say Ricardo for you? Sorry for you. Maybe we're reading. Well, it's shown as Ricardo, but yeah, it's okay. You've corrected us, so yeah, Ricardo. I mean, Theo, if it answers your question, that's what we are concerned about. Okay. I don't know. That's what we're showing, so we were just going Ricardo. But Ricardo, I hope you also getting the answers as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions before we move on?
Very good. Verse 80. That which is original reason, when Wapians were made into form by the creative energy who grew this one Wahu Makwam universe inside the omniverse of natural nature and the original persons, patais, and things of them, atoms, the building blocks of life. Verse 81, that is Nupu, and the one is spelled N-U-P-U, and the other one is N-U-P-U, the signs of natural nature, the original creative force. And we've got an image here of Nupu, the signs of natural nature portrayed in hieroglyph form. Verse 82, original reason is primary reason. 83, original reason, Tasu Akash, 9 reason. 84, Nuwa becomes Wu Nuwa, or we say Wu Nuwa, Nuwa, or Nupu. For each new, Gawar At Shalel, Shamut At, cycles of years. It's Nuwa and Wunwa, or Nupu, Wu Nupu. Verse 85. Wunawa, Nuwa, beings, Tasu Nakash, 9 reasoning, and 9 mind, which is 9 etheric beings cycle. 86. Tasu Achach, 9 ether, in general, and is indeed Tabao, resurrection of the mental dead, with the Kata, physical dead. Then we've got an image of the Ankh and the Anktui, the symbols of life. 87. People who wish to remain ignorant about the Hakat, actual facts, and rules of our natural nature are in a coma state, deep sleep, or Ajay Shalal Nawam, spell of sleep. 88. Wunawap is the positive Sahamat powers of nature that reveals the Hakat fact of positive nature to you as Munwapu Nuapians. Verse 89. And Zupu, Zuen, Zion. Zupu spelled Z-U-W-P-U or Z-U-P-U, is the negative powers of unnatural nature that covers up facts and sawab, truth, with religions, hazab art, lies, and opinions, fictions, legends, history, historiography, that of a historian who tells his story about all others past. And here's the hieroglyph depiction of unnatural nature. Verse 90. The liar of all Muskhabat Uru liars. 90. Nana, Zuen, Enzu, Zionists, and their religious books, from Torah to Talmud, from Gospel to Catechism, from Quran to Hadith, the use of world media, TV, computers, cinemas, books, plays, and on and on. 92. All to promote Zupu, zippy, full of energy, brisk, quick to lie, kill, steal, deceive. 93. Zupu is zippy, to reveal the facts of negative, unnatural nature, ready to clone, graft, crossbreed, or transplant. 94. His whole life is a fake. Fabricating his greatness on the screen. 95. Lies about himself, make believe. 96. All made up by him, about him, the secret way to finance his Salal race, which has nothing to offer others. Any questions up to this point? Oh, we've got one from Kumar Abduli.
Can a fetus be manipulated into a gender of our choice? Well, that kind of like goes back to what we were saying in earlier about Zupu. Zupu has imparted his negativity on natural nature by doing cloning and all these different genetic experiments. You see what I'm saying? So it's unnatural to what nature naturally will produce. You see what I'm saying? So that's six ether forces will be doing that. So they actually influence the minds of their children on this planet who are in physical form, you know, to perform these different acts. So the manipulation of that is by way of them, where gender is affected, because part of also that aspect is that the female, because obviously she carries the child, is affected in the sense that she's receiving all these images. These images, they stimulate hormones into the bloodstream of the mother. And if the hormones are not balanced, this is what causes gender issues in a child. So it's not really that fetuses can be manipulated into gender, not really of our choice, but more by way of influence and things that affect us, you know, with all the different chemicals, etc., that are going on with the mother's emotional state when she's carrying the child. So it's very, very important for when a woman is carrying a child, or you know, your partner, etc., that she's in a very calm and peaceful state, due to the fact that what is secreted, you know, by way of glands. There's certain glands that secrete the hormones which produces the male gender and the female gender and determines the sex. But that's just one aspect as well. And then you also have the frequency and the vibrational energy that also that gender will become. So if it's a spirit energy, it can be feminine, and if it's a masculine, there's feminine and masculine energy that can also be attracted to the child based on his frequency, on his vibrational frequency. So that also can also incarnate into the child, and so the child can be born confused, gender confused because of that. And then so there's various different ways that a child, they can be born with, transgender. So can that be the cause of transgenderism? Yes, that's part of the cause of transgenderism. That's right. So it's the confusion of the genes. There are natural ones that are born as well, okay, by way of their spirit gender, and they're known as hermaphrodite and hermaphrodite, or malakshtatwi, we call them. They're known as gatekeepers. So what these gatekeepers are, they're naturally in tune with both realms, but they're born by way of having two vibrational frequencies, or dual
masculine and feminine.
So one can be born having a female body and have a male spirit, or a male body and a female spirit. If you're talking about gender assignment in the sense of having a penis and a vagina, or have.
Well, I want to say something right quick. Oh shit, I forgot about the people. Also, a woman that gets pregnant, if the man or she don't let society stress her out, or he stresses her out, her labor pains will not be brutal. That's a lie in the Bible. And my example is I asked the Creator, my last baby, that I had been so much pain of the other 5, could this pain not be? And I had no pain with my last baby. And there are cultures that the men does not stress their women out, and the women can go and have a baby by themselves. I have read this for myself. By themselves, they have a special place for them, and they scoot. They don't lay down and have a child. They squat, and as the baby goes into feathers, and the baby doesn't cry coming out of nothing. So they want them to have agony and all of that, and that's why they pop them on their butt if they don't cry and all that kind of stuff when they come out, because they want them to. They want them to have fear. But if you don't, if you don't stress them out and y'all in the same frequency, she will not have pain. Just want to add that. Something else I want to say about the morphodite, I forgot about it. I'll think about it.
The breast and then the penis, etc. That's more of a genetic defect that's taking place. I hope that answers your question, Peter. That is never right.
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying, Peter.
Whatever you think, you can make it an even bigger thing with Gamba, the thing that makes anything a thing.
Chic Hydra, not a razor, a ritual. With 7 hydra in Jobu.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis? With few.
Oh, okay, well, wait. Kobe, you're up next.
So, you were just talking about super and new. From my current understanding on super and new, I understand that super was the red zone and new was the green zone. Am I saying that correctly?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so was that actually formulated on the map of the world, that where the red zones and where the green zones?
Tua, yeah, the monster did break that down. I can't remember I think is in can't remember. If anyone can remember what the demarcation of zones are, please assist. I can't remember. There is reading existence, how and why. I think it's in there, but it doesn't go into the actual zones as much, or where it starts from and where it ends. But there's actually, I'm gonna have to look. There's two up there. Let me look for the updates that the master gave, and then I can read from there.
I've got a quick follow-up question.
Okay.
Please carry on, kid.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I know what I was gonna say. Some of our babies are coming here hermaphrodite, being the gatekeepers, like he say. But the doctors determine whether that child is going to be a masculine or a female. If they feel like the penis is a certain size, they will close up the vagina and have their child thinking they're a man, or vice versa. If the penis is smaller, they'll let them come as a woman. So the doctors know about this, and they're determining those situations. So when your child comes out, look at your baby's vagina, penis. Look at that area before they take your baby in the back, to clean them up. And then also be careful. It's so crazy. That's why I say people need to have their kids by midwife at home, because you don't know what they feeding your child when they take them in the back. They can make them drink blood, fuck up their life. They can do all kind of stuff when they take them back there. And when they clean them off, if you look at how they do it, they scrub them and cause them to cry, and they want them to have fear coming in this world. It's a lot of horrible things they do to the babies when they come.
What I'm trying to understand is, say you have disagreeable environment. I guess my question is, are they always aligned with Zulu or Rezo? Is there always an alignment there, or could they have been from the green zone and still been disagreeable and move towards the disagreement after you keep? That makes sense.
Sorry, ask that again.
So for example, we have people, I'm just gonna say exactly how I'm in there, right? So you have people in Africa that do witchcraft, for example.
Yeah.
So would that come down from a line of Zulu, or would that be something that still happens within Nubian, if that makes sense? Because Zulu, I'm thinking religion.
Yeah.
And Greek mythology and all that kind of stuff, which isn't necessarily witchcraft.
Religion is witchcraft.
Okay. Is all witchcraft religion?
Is the name, the appellation that's been ascribed to it is called religion, but really it's Wicca.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying? So the Wicca, the different manifestations of Wicca is religion, which they've used as their power space to affect all others. But that Wicca is from the Mesopotamian area, when Enlil and the 24, the 200 were teaching them about sorcery and other, herbs and things like that to use to place a spell on the Nagaru race.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So Zupu had Zupu had there's like literally a
I sent you the map.
Oh wait, okay, so okay, tell that one second, just go to Right, so here's the zones. Right, the green zone was West Zone, America to Arabia, inclusive of India. That was the green zone. Originally, herbivores, one. Afafre Kaau, Africans. Two, Rabadu, Indians. Zupu, East Zone, Mesopotamia to the far east, Red Zone. Originally omnivores. Atralu, Aboriginals. Two, Mangalu, Asians. Originally carnivores. One, Kakasu, Caucasoids. This is from the source of this information is A Nation of Our Own. This is a part 2 of A Nation of Our Own. So the Nupu zone, you had Reye as our overseer, Nataru, herbivores, hominids, and dinosaurs. Zupu had Anu, which was their overseer, Anuna, which is the original name before they became Anunnaki, and these were consisted of carnivores, omnivores, hominids, and dinosaurs. So that was the red zone. So I don't know if you want me to repeat that again. Okay.
If so, and I'm just thinking, what you described, the way of taking the apple analysis in the middle.
Tour.
So is it?
Remember though, you're looking at the current map.
Yes.
So you have to bear in mind that all the land masses was together. So when the master is giving us this, he's giving us as a reference as to where it would have been, but really the land masses were together. Now the land masses are being changed and chopped, etc., and there's been tectonic plate movement. So what you're seeing now is, so imagine, you have to look at the old maps of the planet, or what they've drawn diagram of what it potentially may have looked like, for you to get a rough idea. You see what I'm saying, of the zones.
Does the teacher ever use any old maps?
Not that I'm aware of. He probably wouldn't, but with that, I think Let's Set the Record Straight, which is an old, well, not old, but one of the books that was released in the 90s, that kind of like alludes to and shows you when the Greenland and other places were together, because remember Greenland, it was frozen at one time. That's how the Dravidians were able to come to North America, because they went along what they call today the Bering Straits, which was like a frozen piece of land at one time, like in what they refer to as the Pleistocene era, which is like what do they call it now? They give it a name. They give all these kind of names, but the Ice Age. That's it. The Ice Age. Yeah. So during the Ice Age, a lot of migrations took place. Do you know what I mean? To move from one place to another to seek land, more fertile land. So along with the dinosaurs migrating, also humans will migrate. It actually showed you in the movie Ice Age, the cartoon Child Children. You know what I mean? So it shows you like there's a great migration. You know, dinosaurs, many other hominids became extinct because of that. You know, and this is what took place. So the land masses were together, volcanoes, eruptions, etc., separate the land masses. Some of the hominids, Homo naledi, etc., Homo habilis, and all of these other ones got stuck in certain places, and then it gave the opportunity for extraterrestrials now, you see what I'm saying, to take and pick as they choose what they wanted to use and experiment on.
You know, okay. The last thing is that what's the Kennedy just said? You're able to share that in the group chat.
Yeah. I can share that on the Sabatia Kayat. I can show that on there. Yeah. أنت كثير رسول. Right.
Very good. I shall continue reading from verse 96. Think, Nuwapians, remove all of his media in all ways, all his theatrical activities from his actors and actresses of any kind, be it commercials or cinemas, plays, modeling, sports, and public appearances. Remove all of that you see around the clock in front of you. 99. Look at TV and see just how many of them they pay to live as they do, have wealth to alter their bodies. 100. They have created a whole system of hazard art lies to make their own race wealthy, get the image, and live the good life. 101. Or they would be poor, or they would be poor, the poorest race, if they did not pay and offer their own free money. 102. Just stop for a moment and reason. Zahud, concentrate on this. 103. What would most of them have to do if they did not create negatives? 104. What would those in the penal system of law do? 105. What would their soldiers do? Law enforcement personnel? What would they do? Judges, lawyers, wardens? 107. Look at the whole system of government. 108. It's all based on negatives, and they pay their race to do nothing but manage negatives, promote negatives, broadcast negatives. 108, 109. The whole media is them, top to bottom. Ways to give out money to their race, to promote negatives, even for the news, all negatives. 110. Any Caucasoid who picks up a guitar and yells, get paid. And 5 or more Caucasoids, boys or girls, who stand up and scream out their nose, they will make a supergroup, all stars. 111. Paying them to do nothing. Advertise clothes made by Moirab Europeans. 112. Most fast food restaurants are owned by European countries. All Celtics. Celtics. 113. Look at the sports teams they own. 114. They don't play, yet they get paid. 115. They just find ways to give their race money. Make them rich all day in any way, to be it lotto, TV game shows, win this or that, 1,000 to 1 of any other's race who wins. 116. It's always Celtic, Celtics they give the money to. 117. Their race doesn't have to do anything. In fact, they don't know how to do anything or have anything to offer. 118. Now, Nuwapians, when you look at TV or watch a cinema, look at all they use from stars to stand-ins. 119. The actors do what? Act out life and lies to make them look super or sexy and pay them for nothing. 121. 120. Just think, what would most of them be doing if they were not giving all the wealth for doing nothing by acting out lies or fictions? 121. Kaznadu, the Caucasoids, doesn't know how to work or do things. Why? 122. Because they use foreigners for 400 years, slaves or others, to do the work for them. 123. Look at who you see building the homes, doing all the house and yard work. 124. Foreigners, not them. The lazy, shiftless race of people. Pa Kakus Nadu, Caucasoids. 125. They use others to do everything for them, so they don't know how to do anything but drink, take drugs, and watch others. 126. Now that their time is up, they see other salalu races that are rich that they can't bear or control. They're going crazy, killing their own. 127. Every day on TV, you see them come back from wars, crazy, killing each other. Why? TV, cinemas, lies of greatness. 128. They can't fight. They can't even fight their own fight. They need NATO or computers. 129. They can't fight like on TV or the cinemas, lies of greatness. 130. If they kill others, they are not considered as killers. They're just sick. 131. They get away with crimes all day, over and over. 132. They forgive their own, and if they're a celebrity, they just put them back in the cinemas and give them even more money. 133. It's all about the negative minds, lies, deceptions, negative propaganda, Zupu, Zalpu, Zuen, Ve, Hadad Shalal, Nawar, Bunara, deity, God of light and fire, Nana, An-Na, An-Nuar, Lucifer. 134. They say, enter or trust the Laben Nawar, white light, Laben Shahad's white magic, white spirit, Laben Mutaifu, white ghost, Kadesh, pure holy, Taher, pure white. 135. Murzabura, liars. And that concludes that scroll, which is low dimensional links.
Zero with an X.
Zero Bucks, making it easy to manage your books and cash flow all in one place.
Why me? I've had this fight at least since the very start. I had people in my corner, believe me. And now I'm here. Giving back to the community. They gave me everything.
At Capella University, we give you the support you need to go on to support others. What can't you do?
When we were kids, we made a pact to find the Forgotten Island.
For people with eosinophilic esophagitis or EOE, you can treat your EOE.
Do we have any questions or such? Or?
I've got Kobe's, what he wanted, a bit more detail. Okay, as portion of it is in the Black Book Part 1, but there's also an update which is coming from Panabab Yanom. The plan was to terraform this planet. So it says here basically these are types of when the master teacher was writing a lot and giving it to his wives, etc. Those who don't think that he was the one writing this information. So it says here, just trying to find Newpool, ruled by Natharu, the west world for all herbivores. 2. Zupu, ruled by Anuna, the east world for all carnivores. This separation was the two worlds of this planet, down to the Indian Ocean. So I'm just going to pause there if you want to map this out, trace it, or write it down. Down to the Indian Ocean, upward to the Arabian Sea, upward to the Red Sea, on west of Iraq, over north of Syria, across the Mediterranean Sea, over across and into the North Atlantic Ocean, upward over Hudson Strait to Hudson Bay, upward over Amundsen Gulf, across down North Pacific Ocean, downward to the South Pacific Ocean. I hope you call that. This was the
Sorry. That's so smart. I'm going at the same time.
It's okay. It's all right. Yeah, I'll just read through it. Yeah. This was the borders of the West World, where only herbivores were to live together. 17. Outside of that was the East World for all the carnivores of land, sea, and air in both Nupu and Zupu on Tamarin. From 24 million years down to 12 million years, when a reptilian species violated the rules and crossed over from the West World to hunt the creatures of the West World to eat. So a new plan was needed. That is because once this happened, the wall, there was an actual wall that was created. Okay, the wall, the wall came down, and carnivores began to cross over and eat, kill all of the herbivores, and the reptilians even would hunt and eat the Sans people. This upset the Natharu, so something had to be done to stop this, or the divine plan would stop. Verse 20. So down to the down to the 6 million year, we had enough of this killing. We had had enough of this killing and bloodshed in the West World by those of the East World, great dinosaurs, all kinds of beasts. Verse 21. So 6 million years ago, we decided to make a 6-mile ball of fire from 1 element of 77 iridium, 2 element 78 platinum, 3 element 79 gold, to send down to this planet into the Yucatan Sea and wipe out many of the carnivores, dinosaurs, and exile all reptilian aliens from this planet. Verse 22. Yet first we had to protect the first world people, the Sans people. So we sent them down, So we sent them deep into the underworld of Earth to be safe. 23. Not all of them, for many had migrated northward and even eastward. So the 6 million across meteorite 6 million years ago crashed down into the Yucatan between the east and west worlds, followed by 3,000 giant balls of stone casted upon the lands, which was to create 6 whirlwinds and disrupt the weather, from sandstorms to acid rain to hurricane. The sea balled up giant waves, and the plan worked. Many of the dinosaurs who were carnivores were burnt or buried under layers. The wall was never put back in place, and all was well. Hyper whirlwinds lasted for 6 days and broke down the environment for those 6 days. The original Sans people of South Africa were saved and returned to the surface. From Sirius was sent 3 species of Galel, Karadu, great Homo simian, one with dark fur, one with red fur, and the other with white fur. This leads into your Kabir Kadam breakdown now, actual facts. Each placed on the 3 parts of the planet while in Far East. Red is Middle East and dark in West. These are your 8 men. In time, these also went underground. This planet in time became inhabited by many aliens, one being a shape-shifting group from Nibiru called Anuna, who first came 240,000 years ago, along with a humanoid transparent pale white group called Ukmahu Pleiadians. And before that were many invaders of the reptilian species, such as these, to name a few: Uganu, snake men; Udbabu, desert men; Udnamu, dragon men; Udgabu, mare men, 28, of both genders. These were called by Ganuna Ushungal. You will find its root meaning in ancient Semitic dialects. Ushungal, Ushungal, illuminate, sky, mighty, strong, near. Many call them dragons, the skies, flying serpents. These were the crafts they flew. So many beings came to the planet long before the making of the hybrid race of Adamites. The planet in time was to be ruled by two groups. Both had their most high Reye and Nu. That's what I just read from the map. That was posted by Sekem. Westworld, Eastworld, Ntaru, Anuna, Anakim, Ntaru, Unuanaku, and over this universe was above both of them, Pa, Morazaku, or Razaku, the Ethereans. These beings are our own Muslafu ancestors, as Pa Khamen Salau, the black race, originally of the Westworld. Pa Labin Salau, the white race, is originally of the Eastworld, as well as Pa Safir Salau, the yellow race of the Eastworld. Each had their own learning sites. In the Westworld, it was Heliopolis in Egypt. In the Eastworld, it was Baalbek in Lebanon. Then other sites were established elsewhere. Both sides had their undersea energy sources. The Westworld is now called the Angel's Triangle. The Eastworld is called the Devil's Triangle. Each side had their own pyramid structure and obelisk or communication towers to receive and broadcast radio waves to outer space to commune with aliens who were their overseers and overlords. The word translated in Genesis 3:1, serpent, is not snake in Hebrew, it's nachas. It means whisper, wise one, enchanter, cunning one. It does not mean serpent, as in snake. The word Satan, translated in the Bible, so it just goes into the Satan, Satan, etc. But I hope that reading and update has put much more clarity. I mean, there's much more before that, but I just found the part that was relevant. If you'd like me to read more, then I'll read more. But if there are any more questions so far, we're moving into 9 o'clock. So contact 9th, I see. Okay. Okay, there's a question, text before I'll get to you, so contact 9. There's a question on
Yeah, I know it's real good and I really appreciate y'all, but I am so sleepy. Y'all can look at it yourself. He has a lot of good things to look at. A lot
of twists and turns.
A lot of information.
Market volatility, changing
So I'm gonna go ahead and close, and I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all a lot. Y'all have a good morning. Okay. Love y'all. Have a great day. Stay protected out there. Keep on searching. Get more knowledge. Love y'all.
Bye.